This meeting of the Littleton Licensing Authority will come to order. Will the city clerk please take roll?
Chairman Bradish.
Here.
Vice Chair Cole.
Here.
Authority Member Levere.
Here.
Authority Member Mather.
Here.
Authority Member Odell.
Here.
Authority Member Peterson. Authority Member Webb.
Here.
We do have a quorum. First item of business is approval of the agenda.
Are we missing tonight's business on the agenda?
No, it's on the second page.
I will move that we approve the agenda.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next item of business, certification of the minutes as indicated in the staff communication. Do I have a motion that we approve the clerk's certification?
I'll move to approve, based on the clerk certification, the December 10th, 2014 video as the minutes of the December 10th, 2014 regular meeting of the Littleton Licensing Authority and the January 14th, 2015 video as the minutes of the January 14th, 2015 regular meeting of the Littleton Licensing Authority.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Next item of business, this hearing is a continuation of the January 14th regular meeting, and we will go straight to item 11A. I'm sorry. It's not written on there. I'll go back to 11A. I don't see the. Okay, I'm sorry. Show cause hearing. Vasilios Franginkakis, doing business as Old Mill Brewery, 5798 South Rapp Street. Before we get into the cases and the presentations, I'd like to remind everybody what we are here for. We're going to hear a lot of testimony from people describing alleged crimes and fights and bad language and things like this, which are involved in a criminal case that's either already happened or will be happening. Our responsibility here is not to make any decisions regarding any of those actions. We're here strictly to determine whether this licensee has violated Colorado State and Littleton City liquor laws. And please keep that in mind as you, members of the authority, question witnesses and make statements. We've got one purpose here, and I think if we stick to our purpose, we'll probably go through this faster and do a better job of it. So having said that, I would ask the city to begin your presentation.
I believe we admitted exhibits last time. Is that correct?
A through K.
I don't think we did.
We passed
Yes,
on
we
doing
did.
that. Did we?
Oh, we did?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. City calls their first witness, Robert White.
No, he'll call.
They have a right to confrontation and really can't judge credibility of the monitor. Not that I have a monitor in front of me. I'd ask the witness to appear.
I'd like to have you come up to the podium because I can't hear you from down there.
My understanding is the city attorney wants to start calling witnesses via telephone or Skype. I would object to that under the confrontation clause. I understand there might be problems with bringing someone here, but the reason for the confrontation clause and in-person testimony is so that you can judge credibility. You can't really judge credibility over the phone or over the TV. That's why personal appearances are usually required. I also don't even have a monitor, so I'm not even able to see this person testify.
Be able to see him on the screen up front.
Well, that's my objection for the record. I'd ask the witnesses to personally appear.
The good news is that the witness will be appearing. He'll be appearing on the big monitor behind you all. You'll be able to view him entirely, view his credibility, his demeanor, as if he was standing right here.
And again, I'm not going to make a further record on that. I object to that, and that's why in normal course, personal appearance is required. I would also request an order of sequestration. There's a number of witnesses in the room. I'd ask them to be removed to not taint their testimony.
Your motion is noted.
Mr. Chairman, I think there was a second objection to and a request to sequester witnesses. And so if you would want to do that, we should take that up now, if the authority would like to do that. And we'd ask that the witnesses, both for the city and the licensee, be removed from the chamber.
Would the city attorney give us an explanation of that term and that motion?
Sure. So what it is they're asking that witnesses who will be testifying later not be in the chamber, because if they hear other witnesses testify, that might impact what they then testify to.
Does the city prosecutor have an opinion on sequestration?
The city has no objection to sequestering the witnesses. I would say that's a fairly standard practice in court, but I would also ask to sequester all defense witnesses, and I'd ask the defense attorney to furnish their names at this point, because I've furnished him all my discovery, and we have not received any reciprocal furnishing of witnesses' names. So I'd ask him on the record to state who he's going to testify, and I'd have all them removed in addition to the city witnesses.
I don't have any objection to that. I believe that both sides should sequester their witnesses, ask them to step out of the courtroom, with the exception, of course, of my clients, the licensees, who have a right to be here.
So, Mr. Chairman, should the authority, do you think the authority ought to take up the sequestration first, since it sounds like there's no objection? We can work through who those people are. I'll go ahead and make a motion that we do that. So I'll move that we order the sequestration of those who will testify here tonight, including those that the prosecutor has presented, and that the applicant's attorney will provide to us. Anything else I need as part of the motion?
No, just need a second.
And typically there's an admonishment by the court, and I think the board can do that not only are they sequestered from the room, they're also prohibited from talking about anything that goes on in the room. So, for example, if an officer comes in and testifies, or a licensee's witness come in and testifies, they can't go out and tell other witnesses what happened in here, what questions were asked, things of that nature. So we would also probably need that admonishment.
Concur with that request.
Okay, so I'll withdraw my motion. I'll make a new motion that those witnesses that are going to be called here tonight be sequestered from the room and admonished to not discuss what goes on while they are in the room.
I would second that.
Poll the authority, please.
Chairman Bradish?
Yes.
Vice Chair Cole?
Yes.
Authority Member Levere?
Yes.
Authority Member Mather?
Yes.
Authority Member Odell?
Yes.
A lot of witnesses have left on the, I think, licensees portion of it. I would ask, is there Cassandra Campbell available in the courtroom, or in the Kathleen Cashman? Okay. Rebecca Johnson? Jonathan Cavalier? Okay.
The rest are just here for support.
And did the applicant have any additional?
No, just the licensees themselves are entitled to be here. But they understand the admonishment. They're not to discuss any testimony in the room with any potential witnesses.
Well, and if I'm correct, I do not believe Mr. Vasilios' wife is a licensee, so I would ask that she also be removed, if she could potentially be a witness.
She is not a witness for me, and she's not on their list.
So,
She might maybe a witness in mitigation, but nothing having to do with the violation, just so we're clear. If we do get to a mitigation phase, that's a possibility, but certainly not as far as the substantive allegations in the violation.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, could we have the defense attorney state his name and his practice number again, please?
Absolutely. And good evening. My name is Peter Menges. My attorney registration is 28750, and I appear tonight on behalf of the licensee.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, do we, I think we ought to vote on a motion, or we should make a motion and either accept or deny Mr. Menges's request barring testimony by Skype. Would that be proper to take that issue up?
Correct.
Okay, that requires a motion.
City
Anyone
Attorney,
want to make that motion?
City Attorney, is there any legal reason why we should not allow testimony by Skype or?
So you're not bound by the strict rules of evidence here, and you really need to just balance the fairness and the probative value of the evidence. So it will be up to the authority to determine whether you can determine his credibility. We certainly have the ability to cross-examine him. He's up on the screen. I assume you can see him here or turn around and see him. You will have the ability to question him. So it's up to you, taking into consideration those factors.
Mr. Chairman, I would offer a motion to deny the defense's motion to not permit the Skype interview.
Second.
Okay, so I just
authority?
want to clarify, that was sort of a double negative motion. So can I just ask that if you could withdraw the motion and just.
I withdraw.
Thank you. Is that okay with the second?
Yeah.
The motion could just be that you will allow the Skype testimony of witness, I don't know what his name is.
Robert White.
Of Robert White.
Mr. Chairman, I move to permit the testimony of the witness, Robert White, by Skype.
Second.
Poll the authority?
Chairman Bradish?
Yes.
Vice Chair Cole?
Yes.
Authority Member Levere?
Yes.
Authority Member Mather?
Yes.
Authority Member Odell?
Yes.
I think we need to swear the witness. Sir, would you raise your right hand and answer my question? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this authority is truthful?
One second, we do have a technical
Yes or no?
problem. We cannot hear the witness,
Yes.
which would be.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Thank you. You can put your hand down. We heard you. Thank you very much, sir.
If we could confirm that the other witness, his son, is not in the same room under the sequestration order.
Mr. White? I'll need you to lean into your microphone, or if you could hold it maybe closer to you. Is your son Joshua in the room?
Yes. Do you need us apart?
We're going to need him, due to the sequestration order, to remove himself from the room and go to a part of the house where he cannot hear you speak.
Okay, and I'll put on a headset as well.
Okay.
So that, how you know, it's your turn.
Has your son Joshua removed himself from the room?
Yes.
Okay. I'll definitely need you to speak up.
I'm changing devices here. 1 second.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. You're kind of a little softer.
Muffled? Okay. Well, then let me just pull this out. And now?
Yes.
Sure.
All right, let's start and we'll see how we do. Can you state your name for the record
Yes, Robert Dean White.
and spell your last name?
White.
Thank you. Where are you now?
I am at my mother's house in Deltona, Florida.
Okay. I'm going to refer your attention to November 5th, 2014. That evening, approximately 9:49, even though the incident probably started a little bit earlier than that, were you at the old mill on Rapp Street?
There was.
And what was your purpose for being there that evening?
I was having dinner with my son,
And what's your son's name?
Joshua Dean White.
Thank you. And when you were having dinner, what happened?
We were, well, earlier in the evening, when we first got there, it was it wasn't real busy. But the gentleman behind the bar, I believe his name is Peter, he was the bar manager. He announced that he was buying drinks for everybody. He was just being very friendly, and he was giving away shots. Everyone there was drinking them. He was, telling me about how good Crown Royal was with pickle juice in it. And so he gave away shots to everybody. And later in the evening, as we were wrapping up our dinner, there was an argument between he and I think it was certainly one of the girls that worked there. I assumed she was a waitress or something, but I don't know. It was behind us in the kitchen, and there was just a lot of yelling, a lot of profanity. It kept escalating, and then the bar manager hit something, a wall or a table, something, and was screaming. And what I heard him say was, you can sit there and shake like a little bitch if you want to, but I'm the king here, something to that effect. At that point, I got up and walked over to see what was going on, and I didn't want to get in the middle of anything, but I'm just not gonna let a guy beat up on a girl.
Okay.
And he asked me, he said,
Can I stop you, Mr. White?
go ahead. Yes.
Where were you seated in relation to this argument that appeared to be coming from the kitchen?
We were on the bar sits like a horseshoe shape, and then there's several tables right in front of the bar, and then there's a step up and a second row of tables. We were on that second row of tables.
And were you closer to the front door?
Yeah, right just kitty corner to the kitchen, right in front of the bar.
Okay, could you see the kitchen from your table?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely, yes.
And you could hear this argument, but could you see the people that were arguing?
No, my back was to them because I was facing the other direction. I could see Peter in the corner. His back was to me, but I couldn't see who he was screaming at.
Now, when you approached, Why did you approach? What was the reason?
I just wanted to see what was going, what was happening, and I wanted him to calm down. I wanted him to back down. I didn't want to see him hitting a girl, and it was happening live right then. So I felt like just standing up and making myself known. A lot of times when people are aware that others are watching, they change their behavior.
How would you describe his tone of voice?
Say again, please.
How would you describe his tone of voice?
When he was speaking when he was yelling at the girl, he was angry, aggressive. He was screaming. He was yelling at her.
And when you approached, did that change?
Yeah. As soon as he saw me, he turned around and he said, "Are you getting in the middle of this?" And I told him, "No, I don't want to be a part of this. I just don't want to see. But I'm not going to let a guy beat up on a girl, even if she deserves it." That was my exact words.
And what happened after that?
He apologized. He said that he said, he tried to tell me that he pays all the bills for them and that they take advantage of him, but he was really sorry. He offered to buy our dinner. He was very nice about it, and he backed off, walked back over, and we even chatted it up a little bit, about, hey, look, life's too short, man. You can't let that stuff happen. You're gonna blow a gasket.
When he made the comment, he pays all the bills for them, what did that mean?
Objection,
No,
foundation. He can't testify as to what someone else.
Mean that they lived
He
with
can't
him,
testify to what
perhaps.
someone else may have thought or meant.
Second, Mr. White, could you hold on a second?
Absolutely.
And I'm going to object to that question and that testimony. He can't testify to what someone else meant. It's fundamental law.
He can testify to his opinion on what he thought it meant, which is what I asked. I can re-ask the question if the authority would like.
I think it might be helpful to re-ask the question.
Mr. White, when the statement was made, he pays all the bills, what did you take that to mean?
I actually think that he explained to me that she lives with him, or at least that's what I felt like he was saying, was she actually physically lives at his apartment, this particular girl, and it had the argument had something to do with being taken advantage of.
What was that last?
What was that last statement?
He said that the argument had something to do with her taking advantage of him.
So he offers to pay for the dinner, you guys chat a bit, and at that point, do you continue on with your dinner?
Yeah, we were almost done anyway, so we just, finish it up, and everything seemed to calm down. I wasn't particularly uptight. I felt like he was out of line. I didn't know, I just kind of figured I would call and tell the manager, whoever owned the place, or the manager later. But yeah, we just went ahead and finished our dinner. And
did something change?
Again?
Did something change as you were finishing dinner?
Yeah, we were almost finished anyway. We started hearing some yelling out of the back of the restaurant, out the back door. It was a guy's voice this time, and so Peter was screaming at some guy. Some guy was yelling back at him. It was aggressive. It was escalating. It sounded to me like it was getting ready to turn physical. At this point, I called 911.
And where did you call 911 from?
I was still in my seat.
At the table?
Correct.
And where was the back door in relation to where you were seated at the table?
Behind me to the south east corner of the restaurant. There's a separate dining room. So like the restaurant, when you walk in, to the left there's a dining area, to the right there's a dining area, and the bar area. The shouting was coming from that back dining area. It sounded like back in that corner.
Okay. And one of the people that you heard screaming was Peter again?
Yeah, it's the only one I could identify for sure.
Okay. And could you hear any particular statements that were being made at that point?
There were more F-bombs being dropped. Yeah, that's all I recall was just a lot of effing going on.
Okay. And these two incidents so far, were they interfering with other diners in the restaurant?
No, I think we were probably the last ones there. The only other table I was aware of left before all this went down.
Okay.
Interestingly enough, whoever it was that was at that table, Peter told me, was the general manager or some executive with the Avalanche. But I didn't know him. I didn't recognize him. So.
Okay. So let's get back to the 911 call. You call 911, and what happens?
When I called 911, I was, just trying to explain to the operator what was going on. I told her, the dispatcher, that it was getting ready to turn physical, that they were yelling, that they were agitated. I remember her asking me, did I know if all of the parties had been drinking. I said I didn't know. I had not, I didn't even know who it was back there. I just knew that, that it was going down.
Okay. And were you approached when you were on the telephone to 911?
Right. And then while I was on the phone with the dispatcher, and again, my back was, because I was facing the opposite direction, Peter walked up behind me. I didn't even know he walked up behind me. My son was, motioning that he was there, and I turned around and saw him there. At that point, I, tried to play it off like I wasn't on the phone with the police, and Peter asked me directly, are you on the phone with the police?
And what was the tone and the demeanor to that question?
I'd say that it was a surprise that I would, almost like he couldn't believe that I would call the police, but it was certainly accusatory. It wasn't a question. It was clear that he knew I was on the phone with the police. He was putting me on the spot.
Okay, so we asked you that question. How'd you respond?
Well, I made it. Yeah, I said, "Yep, I am." I felt like if I lied outright and he had busted me anyway, we were going to have a fight, and so I was trying to avoid that.
Okay, so you respond yes. What does he do?
He told me to get out, told me to get the F out. I think we had already put some money down on the table, even though he was picking up the check. I wanted to leave a tip. But I needed him to break the, all I had was a $20 bill, was $20 bills. And so I needed it broken. I wasn't going to leave a $20 tip anyway. But when we got up, I said, well, I need that 20 back, and he gave that back to me and just, kept, kept yelling at us. I kept pushing my son towards the door, as he, and Peter kept, made some threats, like he said, at one point, I'll kick your ass or something like that. And, a lot of that aggression seemed to be going towards my son. And I wasn't real sure why he was, going after my son when I was the one on the phone with the police, but, he was definitely aiming the comments towards my son.
Did you feel threatened?
I kept pushing my... Oh, yeah. And I was quite clear about that on the phone with the police. Because he walked up and I was on the phone with the police, I left the phone on. I wanted him to hear everything that was said. Because in a situation like this, it becomes a he said, she said kind of a scenario, and I didn't want there to be any doubt that I was complying, that I was leaving, that I wasn't being aggressive, that I wasn't escalating it. So I left the phone on, and if it went down, I wanted the dispatcher to hear it.
Okay.
Now, go ahead.
What do you do for a living?
Well, right now, I am a full-time student.
Okay, and
I am...
what have you done in the past? Because it sounds like you may have some experience with the system.
Yeah, I was, at one time, I was a paramedic.
Okay. So you're trying to push your son out. Peter is yelling at you. He's threatening you. You said he threatened to kick your ass. Did he make any other threats?
No, I think that was it. I mean, I think he said that more than once. But, it was pretty much just that.
Okay. As you're moving to the door, how is he physically appearing to you?
Oh, he is very aggressive, and he is agitated. He's, pressing forward, and he's right up in my personal space. He's definitely trying to get towards my son, and I'm trying to stay between the two of them.
Did there appear to be any other management at the old mill at this point?
No, he was clearly the only one in charge, the only manager there.
And would you say his behavior was consistent with someone who runs a restaurant or bar establishment?
No, the only reason I knew he was the bar manager was he told me he was the bar manager. Earlier in the day, I think during the early conversation when he was telling me about the guy from the Avalanche, he was really proud that he knew the guy, and he said he was the bar manager there. He didn't tell me, that he had a relationship other than as an employee, though.
Okay, so his behavior would not have been consistent with someone who ran an establishment.
No, I just assumed that he was an employee. I would have never guessed he was part owner.
And did he ever make any statements regarding his ownership?
No, I would have been shocked.
Now, so you're going towards the door. What happens as you're moving towards the door?
Well, as we're moving towards the door, let's see, I'm trying to remember if there was anything that provoked it. I think as he was yelling at my son, and I've really put some thought into this, I kind of think my son was kind of shrugging his shoulder, just trying to, blow off steam so he didn't respond. kind of just shrugging. And it seemed like he said something like, it seemed like Peter said something about him shrugging his shoulders out, or I just noted it in my mind. But that seemed to be where Peter reached out and hit him in the back. I don't know if you can see my hand, but he with an open fist, with an open hand, he hit my son between the shoulder blades with his palm. And I said, I was trying to give a play-by-play of what was happening on the phone. So I said, he just hit my son. At that point, he started saying, I did not hit him, and my son Joshua turned around, and Joshua's back had been to Peter the whole time, because I kept pushing Joshua out the door. I didn't, my son is 18 years old, and, I just didn't want an altercation. So I just kept pushing Josh out the door. And when the guy said, when the guy pushed him, Josh wheeled around, and the guy and he said, I didn't push him, or I didn't hit him. And Josh said, you did too. And it was right then that Peter just came over the top of me. And I was still trying to position myself between Joshua and Peter, but Peter just came right over the top of my shoulder and hit my son. And I thought that he hit Josh in the face, but Josh has since corrected me. In fact, that he caught him in the shoulder up near the.
Said.
Mr. White, hold on.
Yes.
Hold on, we have an objection.
I think we'll have the opportunity to ask Josh about where he was hit. So I think that will be able to answer for the authority where he was hit.
All right, go ahead, Mr. White.
Yeah, and so when that happened, that's the next thing I knew, they're on the ground, and I'm trying to wrestle Peter away from my son. I tried to get him in a headlock, but you can look at me and tell I'm not real tough. So I did finally get Peter turned around, and when he turned around, he squared up on me. Somewhere in there, I'm just swinging, and I hit him. I hit him in the head. I'm not very good at fighting, but I hit him right in the head. And broke my hand. But when he wheeled up on me, that's when I reached towards the small of my back and announced that I was pulling my weapon. And he threw up his hands and said, it's over. And it pretty much ended there as far as the physical part of it. Then he kept, and we just kept pushing towards the car. Peter started yelling at us again, and had some choice comments about, again, it was all directed towards my son. It was very strange. He called my son a nigger, which was, I don't know if Josh has heard that word 5 times in his lifetime, but he called him that, and he said that he was lucky that he had his daddy with him to protect him. I just kept pushing Josh towards the car. About that time, the police did show up, and about the time you saw that I could see lights, Peter retreated back into the bar. And the police, put us on the ground, made sure everybody was under control and nobody had a weapon, and I don't know what happened after that.
Okay.
Because whatever happened inside.
Why did you threaten to pull a gun?
I wanted to end the conflict. I did not have a weapon with me. I normally do. My son knew that. And so when I told Joshua to get away, I was drawing my weapon. Josh's eyes lit up and he backed away quick. And I think that was convincing for Peter. But it ended the conflict, and that's what I wanted. And I wanted Peter to stop. It was probably not smart on my part, because if Peter kept coming, I didn't have a weapon. But as it ended, it did what I thought it would do, which it scared him enough that he stopped.
How many times did you say you were going to pull your weapon?
I said that to Peter once. I think I said it to the dispatcher when Peter swung at my son and tackled him to the ground. Or the last thing I said to the dispatcher was, "I'm drawing my weapon." That's when I dropped the phone and engaged Peter to get him off of Josh. That was to the dispatcher. It wasn't, again, kind of stupid on my part, because I could have got myself shot. But I also knew that if they thought that weapons were involved, that I'd have police there fast, and I did.
And why did you want police there so fast?
Last thing I want to do is get into a fight, man. That somebody gets hurt, somebody gets arrested, and I don't want it to be me or my son. My son is trying to become a paramedic, and background investigations will be done. As I said, I'm a full-time student, and I'm in a counseling program. I'm wanting to become a counselor. I'm wanting to work with the military. Background investigations will be done. All that will become very, very important. Last thing I need is, a fight.
Were you concerned for your and your son's physical safety?
I was concerned that there was going to be a fight. Here's the big challenge, and hindsight is difficult to. It's difficult to look back and know for sure how I felt. But I felt like Peter was disproportionately agitated for the situation. It didn't make sense. He was manic. There was no reason for him to be aggressive with us, and yet he was. And if he was going to be angry with anybody, it should have been me, but it was all directed towards Josh, and Josh hadn't said a word. So everything was out of kilter. For that reason, I felt like he may have been doing some kind of drugs and alcohol mix. I really felt like it was getting out of control real fast, and it shouldn't have been. We weren't doing anything to escalate it. Even when he was telling us to get out, we said, "Fine, we'll leave." I was trying to keep it calm, and he just kept becoming increasingly agitated, and there was no reason for that. And so when you ask me, was I concerned for our safety? I felt like, boy, this guy's psychotic, and whatever is getting ready to happen is not going to be good.
Okay. In your statement, you said that Peter had threatened to knock your fucking heads off. When did that occur?
Yeah. That was before he took the first swing. It was as he was showing us to the door. He asked us to leave. We complied. I said, "No problem. I need that 20 back." He gave it to us, and as we're making our way to the door, again, he kept becoming increasingly agitated and increasingly aggressive. Kept trying to get towards Joshua, and that's when he was making those statements. "I'm going to knock your heads off," And again, it didn't make any sense. There was nothing to escalate that.
Okay. You indicated that you called 911. Did you get an opportunity to listen to the 911 tape today?
Yes, I did.
And when you listen to that tape, is that tape a fair and accurate representation of what you remember occurring between you and the dispatcher, and then all the...
Littleton 911, where's your emergency? No.
Sorry. Would you say that was an accurate representation of the conversation with the 911 operator as well as what was going on around you during that time?
Yeah. It was. I was a little bit surprised that the phone that the phone was on the whole as long as it was. I pretty much assumed that when it went to the ground, that I hung up, or that when I dropped the phone that it had disconnected. But yeah, it was definitely accurate.
Okay. I'd move to admit the 911 tape and ask to play it for the authority.
No objection.
I'll make a motion that we admit the 911 tape.
All right, Mr. White, bear with us. Don't go anywhere. You probably should be able to hear this.
Hold on just a second.
Sorry.
It would be Exhibit L.
I'll move that we admit the tape as Exhibit L.
Second the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Proceed.
Okay, Mr. White, bear with us. Hopefully we won't lose you. This is probably too much
Worries.
technology for me at this point.
I think it's working fine.
Littleton 911, where's your emergency?
Old Mill Brewery.
What's going on?
There's a significant altercation, a lot of yelling between guys and girls here right now.
Okay, inside or outside?
Inside, and it's escalating fast.
Okay, can you tell me how many people?
At least 3.
Okay, and is it only verbal at this time?
Yep.
Okay, and can you tell me, is there 3 males? I know you said males and females. Can you tell me how many of each, please?
At least 1 male, 1 female, or 2 males and 1 female.
Okay. And are they still inside?
Yeah.
Okay, and do you know what they're arguing about?
No.
Okay, are you an employee?
No.
Okay. Do you know if they've had any alcohol?
I don't know.
Okay. And where in the restaurant are they right now?
Hold 1.
I'm sorry, are you there?
Yes.
Okay.
Give me 2 seconds here.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Get out of here. Look around. Well, I'm going to take you guys out. You can take us outside. So, what is the option of walking or taking you out? Well, laying your hands on us would be a real big mistake. But I'm asking you to leave. It's escalating to me now. I'm asking you to leave my property. Okay, I'm leaving. Now they're asking me to leave over there. Get the fuck out. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, yeah. Okay.
Did everyone leave, sir?
Yeah, we're leaving. This guy's trying. Okay, he just got on my son. He just hit my son. He just hit my son. No, I didn't. He just hit me. Please, he hit my son. All right, I'm pulling my gun. What?
The man just mentioned.
Stop, man. You guys are wrong, man. Stop. Hey, give up. I'm going to go away. Let me go. Let me go. Let me go. You guys got to go and get the fuck out. Pull my gun. Get out. No, you get the fuck out of my property. This is my property. Get out of here. Get out of to hear you. Wait. I don't care what the fuck you got. You're on your pulpit on me. So get the fuck out. They want the assholes, get the fuck out. We're out. Please, you got the business, dude. Hey, by the way, I had your dad to come have your back. Yeah, just so you know. Yeah, I know. That's the only reason he had it. No, it's the truth. It's the truth, faggot. It's the truth. It's the truth, you little bitch. No, yeah, that's it.
All I have is an open line. Sir, are you there? Sir, are you still there? No! You gotta at least respect me. They're inside. It's the manager. Where'd they go? They went inside. It's the manager. No, it's the manager.
Mr. White, can you hear me?
Yes.
There we go.
Hear me?
Now, on that tape, I think we can hear your voice. The other voice that was screaming, statements that were made were get the fuck out, get out. Who was that?
That was Peter.
Okay, and then at one point there was a kind of a deeper voice. Was that your son?
If it was a third voice, it would have been my son. I didn't catch it from the tape, but.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
May I approach? May I proceed? Good evening, sir. Can you hear me? Mr. White?
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Hi.
Hi.
Yes, can you hear me?
I can. Thank you, sir. Sir, I want to start my questionings with a little earlier in that evening. When you originally confronted Peter, he actually came to the table and apologized to you, correct?
Absolutely. Yeah, he was very nice about it.
And he bought you a shot?
Very apologetic. Say again?
And isn't it true that he bought you a shot?
Yeah, well, when he was giving away the shots in the earlier in the evening, yeah, he gave me a shot too. Yep.
When you're questioned by the police, you told them you had nothing to drink that night, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. Let's get to later in the night. The establishment was actually closing at the time of we'll call it the second confrontation, correct? When you heard Peter yelling?
It would have been right. Yeah, it would have been closed. I don't know what time they closed, but we were there late because we'd been at the hospital visiting a friend, and we went there for dinner afterwards.
You were the only two patrons in the establishment.
Yeah, at the time of the altercation, yes, I'm pretty sure that was true.
Okay. So you heard this argument that Peter was having with his staff. There's nothing preventing you and your son from just paying your bill and leaving, was there?
Well, we didn't have a bill yet.
Okay. When you were on the 911 call, you had not yet received the bill?
Not yet. At the point that we were on the 911 call, I don't recall if he had brought a check or not, but it was on the house, so it didn't matter. But I was leaving a tip.
Peter,
I'm sorry.
Peter also bought your dinner, you and your son's dinner, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Because you were complaining because he was yelling with a staff member, correct?
No, I didn't complain. It was just, he realized it was inappropriate.
I'm not asking you what you think Peter thought, sir. I'm asking you only of your observations. So Peter bought you and your son dinner, correct?
That is correct, yeah.
And then when you heard Peter having another argument with staff members, that's when you decided to get involved again, correct?
Oh, no, absolutely not. That's when I called 911.
Okay. And again, there's nothing preventing you from leaving the establishment at that point, correct?
No, nothing at all.
And then Peter came over and just asked you to leave, right?
No, it wasn't that simple. I think you heard everything on the tape.
Correct. And this whole tape was a matter of a minute, a couple minutes, correct?
Maybe a little longer than that, but yeah.
Well, when Peter asked you to leave, that was before any physical altercation occurred, correct?
Yeah.
So then, when you were actually, all three of you were going out the door when we heard when he was telling you to get out, right? That's now you're actually walking and you're all towards the door.
Correct. We were almost to the door when Peter hit my son the first time.
Well, there was no one else there to testify what happened besides you, your son, and Peter, right? No one else was there.
There was some kitchen staff. I don't know where they were. So as far as I know, that's all. That would be it.
During this altercation, you punched Peter in the face as hard as you could, right?
No, I missed his face. I hit the top of his head.
I believe you just testified on a direct examination that you punched him in the face. Isn't that true?
I think so. I was swinging as hard as I could, and I was swinging at his face, and I hit him. But I'm sure I hit him. I'm sure I hit him in the head.
So you broke your hand punching Peter.
Oh yes.
When the officers arrived, you told the officer that you broke your hand trying to pull Peter off your son. Do you remember that?
No, I don't think so.
You didn't testify. You didn't say that to Officer Farmer?
Well, I don't remember saying that.
But later in your written But later in your written statement, you admit that you broke your hand punching Peter in the face. Is that fair to say?
I mean, I think that's what I said all along. I don't think that story ever contradicted itself. I never denied hitting Peter. That's the only way I could have broken my hand.
Okay. So if Officer Farmer testifies that you told him, quote, you're trying to pull him, the subject in custody, off your son, the officer would be lying. That's your testimony?
No, I tried to pull him off of my son, but I also hit him when he turned around. When he turned up on me, I hit him in the head. But the reason that he turned around on me was because I was pulling him off of my son. I reached out.
Excuse me, sir, this is not my question. My question is as follows. Did you or did you not tell Officer Farmer, when he arrived on scene, that you broke your hand, quote, trying to pull the subject in custody off your son? Did you tell the officer that, or did you not tell the officer that? That's my question.
I don't know if those were my words. That is a synopsis of what happened.
Well, I guess we'll see what Officer Farmer said and why he put that in quotes when he testifies. My next question is as follows. You also grabbed Peter and tried to put him in a chokehold, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. And let's just be clear, this is you and your 18-year-old son fighting one other adult male at the time, correct?
Yeah, and he was winning.
Nobody else was involved in the fight at that point, correct?
That is correct.
And then you told Peter that you had a gun, right?
I did.
And you even made movements to reach to your back to pretend that you had a gun, correct?
Absolutely.
But then when the police arrived, you told the police that there was the person inside that had the gun.
Is that a statement or a question?
That is my question to you, is when the police arrived, wasn't it you that said it was the guy inside that actually had the gun?
No.
You don't remember that? Okay.
No, I remember it. You're trying to twist my words. That is not what happened.
I'm just asking you, did you make that statement or did you not make that statement?
I did not make the statement that Peter had a gun. I said that the guy that they were called on was inside.
So is it fair to say that when you told the police you weren't drinking that night, that was not true?
I don't think that that's fair. I don't think that I said that. They asked if I had been. Wait, let's rephrase that.
They
asked if I had.
You don't get to rephrase my question, sir. You get
At this point, I'm going to object. He's asking questions and not allowing the witness to answer. And I would ask the authority to allow the witness to answer.
Authority to have the witness answer and only answer my question. So I guess I agree with her objection.
That's a little bit confusing, but I'd like to hear please go ahead and let him answer.
Okay. So my question was, and I repeat, when you told the police that you had not been drinking that night, correct? You didn't have anything to drink. That's what you told the police.
I don't recall saying that.
Fair enough. And if you told the police that you actually broke your hand trying to pull Peter off your son, that would also not be true.
Please restate that.
If you actually told an officer that you broke your hand trying to pull Peter off your son, that would not be true.
No, I disagree with you.
Disagree you said it, or you disagree that it would be not true if an officer testifies that that's what you said?
I disagree that it would be not true. It was one. It wasn't. The comment wasn't a comment as to at what exact point in the altercation I broke my hand. The altercation was me trying to pull Peter off of my son, and in doing so, I broke my hand. Now, yes, it was in swinging and hitting him in the head, but I was trying to get him off my son.
Well, if you make two statements, and one says you broke your hand punching him in the face, and one statement that says you broke your hand pulling him off, would you agree they both can't be true?
No, I would not. If I were to say to you, hey, I broke my hand trying to pull you off of my son by hitting you in the head, but no, I wouldn't say that was true at all. What I did was I was trying to get him off of my son, and in doing so, I was pulling, I was choking, I was doing everything I could, including hitting him, and in doing that, I broke my hand.
But your statement to the officer at the scene didn't say anything about you punching him. It was just you saying that I must have broke my hand pulling him off my son, and that's it. Do you disagree with that?
I disagree with that. I think in the written statement you'll see that I said that I hit him.
Well, I'm asking you what you said to the officers on the scene. So if the officer says that was your statement, you're saying what the officer's saying would not be true.
At this point, I'm going to object. This question has been... Hold on, Mr. White. At this point, I'm going to object. This question has been asked, I think, 3 or 4 times, and I think the witness has answered it.
I agree.
That's right. Your Honor, may I have a minute with my client? Further questions? Thank you.
Did you have any shots that evening?
Yeah. Earlier in the evening, when we first arrived, Peter was giving away shots, and he insisted that I try a shot of Crown Royal with pickle juice in it, and I tried it.
Okay, and so one shot?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And approximately at what time was that?
We had been there for probably a total of an hour and a half, I would guess. So it had to be an hour and a half or two before all that went down.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you the exact time.
Did officers ask you to take a breathalyzer?
Absolutely, yes.
And did you blow zeros?
I did.
And approximately when was that in relation to officers arriving on scene?
It was right afterwards. You know, as soon as they stood us up and uncuffed us, the first thing they did was ask us, well, I mean, it happened quickly, but, you know, right away they asked us both to take a breathalyzer.
Okay. There were many questions to you regarding officers' written statements that they wrote. You didn't write those written statements, correct?
I couldn't write because my hand was broken, but he took my written statement word for word. He used my words, and he physically wrote them.
Okay. And I don't know if you can see this. Can you see what I'm holding up?
Yeah, I can see. Yes, I can see it. Yep.
And this is the statement that one officer wrote for you?
Yes, absolutely. Word for word.
And did you get to review this statement after you wrote it? Or after the officer wrote it, sorry?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Okay, and in this statement, you specifically said, I swung as hard as I could with my right hand and hit him in the head. Is that what you told the officer to write down for you?
That is exactly what I told the officer.
Ms. McCarthy, are you reading from one of the exhibits? Do you know?
No, it's not an exhibit.
Okay.
I can mark it and move to admit it.
I'd object to that. It's hearsay.
It's not hearsay when, I mean, first of all, I think we're getting really technical. In a criminal proceeding, hearsay is definitely not permissible. There are some exceptions. I think we're in a quasi-administrative hearing where hearsay is permissible. But if in a criminal setting, this would be permissible. This witness has been directly attacked. His credibility has been challenged. His statements have been challenged. In a criminal setting, when that has happened, the prosecutor can offer statements that support what the witness has said. I believe in this case that is true, that he's been directly attacked by his credibility and the statements that he may have made in his statement versus statements that he may have made to the officer. So at this point, I think it would be appropriate for it to be admitted to show a prior consistent statement.
May I respond? That's a misstatement of the law. The only thing that would be admissible is the prior consistent statement himself, which she just showed, and he admitted to. The rest of the statement is still hearsay.
The rest of the statement?
He can't just admit his written statements, or why even have these hearings. So he just testified. We can't now just put in his testify. Only the prior consistent part of his written statement would be admissible, which he just testified to again, so now there's no reason to admit that one sentence.
Okay. So the reason I asked was so that we would be able to see what she was reading from. I don't necessarily have a reason to admit it. Do you have an objection to us considering that is indeed a statement written by an officer? I guess what I'm trying to get at is that that's a document that exists. Does that make sense?
It's a document that exists. There's a witness on the stand. If she wants to ask the witness questions concerning that, which is within the scope of my cross-examination, that's fine. Admitting the statement itself,
Okay.
violation of the rules.
I feel like I might have inadvertently begun this process. I didn't have any need to have it admitted. I heard that's all I was interested in.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. White. I have no further questions.
Mr. Chairman, may I inquire?
Certainly.
Mr. White, my name is Pete Webb. I'm an authority member, and I have some questions for you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
All right, my first question, sir, is was it clear to you that Peter stated or was in a position that he appeared to be in control of the establishment that evening?
Yes.
And did he identify himself verbally to you as the manager?
Yes, he did. He told me he was the bar manager, I believe. But he at very least said he was the manager. Maybe I just assumed he was the bar manager because he was behind the bar, but it was one of those two.
Did he appear to be directing the activities of the staff on duty?
Yeah, without question.
Can you describe for us his physical appearance? How tall was he? How much does he weigh to your appearance?
Yeah, I'd say he was, 5'6", 150 pounds. Pretty fit. Thin on the thin side. Unkept, but yeah. Does that answer your question?
Yes. Provide for us a description of your height and weight and your son's height and weight.
I'm 6 foot tall. Well, just under now, and weigh approximately 200 pounds. My son is 5'11" and weighs just over 200 pounds.
Great. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
I have a couple of questions. Hello, Mr. White. I'm Ann Mather, and I'm a member of the authority. When you were first there, you were given a shot with pickle juice by Peter, is that correct?
That's correct.
Were you given any other shots during the evening?
No,
Okay.
No, ma'am.
Was your son given a shot?
No.
When you first got there, you said Peter was behind the bar and was giving shots to patrons. So he wasn't charging them for you or charging for them, or do you know?
No, he announced from the bar a free shot for everybody in the restaurant.
Okay, and he did this one time?
Yes.
And at that point, he was friendly bartender giving away shots.
One more time, I didn't.
At that
quite
time,
hear
he
you.
was a friendly bartender. He was engaging with people. He was giving away shots. Everything was good.
Yes, absolutely.
At what point did he start getting angry that you could tell?
Well, he was angry with one of the kitchen staff towards the end of our meal. So it was later in the evening. Probably a good 45 minutes after that. So, and something happened. I don't know what happened. It seemed like he was provoked. But again, I don't know. That's just that was my feeling, was that somebody had said something or done something and he was reacting. Yeah.
So did you Were you able to see Peter most of the time or all of the time while he was in the bar? Or did he keep going in and out of the kitchen and into the back room?
No, he was, just doing cleanup stuff. So I wouldn't say he was in my line of vision the whole time at all. He was mostly up at the bar because we were the last ones there. But he kept, ducking in and out, going back to the kitchen and doing whatever. I assumed he was cleaning up to go home.
But you didn't actually see anything that might have caused him to get angry at the staff in the kitchen?
No, I did not see that at all.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, I have just two questions for you. One, I think, has been answered, but I want to emphasize it and get it clear in my mind. My understanding is you and your son were there for approximately an hour and a half. You, not your son, only you, had one shot, and it was approximately over an hour, and maybe even as much as an hour and a half before you were asked to leave.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because it was when we first got there that he was, giving away shots. He was all excited that this guy from the Avalanche was there or had been there. And then it was, towards the end that everything went bad. So, yes.
My next question is, did you observe Peter drinking alcohol behind the bar and on the other side of the bar? Well, first of all, was Peter drinking alcohol? Did you observe that?
If you give me just, I'm going to think for just a second because I want to make sure that I don't, guess, that I'm not, it's an accurate memory here. He was pouring shots, and yes, he had at least one shot there. I didn't see him drinking a lot, but I did see him drink at least one shot. But he was behind the bar when he did it because it was while he was pouring for everybody else, and he poured a shot of the same thing with pickle juice in it that was for him and drank that. But that's all that I saw him drink.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. White, you mentioned that your son did not have a shot. Was he offered a shot?
That's a good question. I don't recall. I don't recall. If you ask him, he'll tell you. If he did, I would have told Peter that he wasn't old enough. But but it was. He certainly didn't try to push it on him.
Thank you.
There was nothing inappropriate at that point. Nothing felt out of sorts to me at all.
I'm going to go back to that question one more time. The only person who offered you a free shot was Peter?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And it wasn't just me. I mean, it was kind of a open call to everybody that was there, including the staff, I believe, because a waitress or somebody else walked up and said that she wanted one and that worked there.
The authority has no other questions. Thank you, Mr. White.
Mr. White.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. White, I'm going to disconnect you now, okay?
Okay, and do you want me to get Joshua in here, or?
At this point, I'm not going to call Joshua.
Okay.
So,
thank you.
He may need to remain on call, but at this point, I'm going to go on to another witness.
Well, we'll be staying up and waiting for your call.
Thank you.
Thank you.
City calls Corporal Carlson.
I was trying to think of Sergeant at Arms.
Okay, thanks.
I hope they didn't leave.
Good evening.
Would you state your name, please?
It's Corporal Sean Carlson.
Would you raise your right hand so I can swear you in? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give before this authority is truthful?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Where are you employed?
I'm a police officer with the City of Littleton.
And what is your title?
Corporal.
And for those of us that maybe don't know what that means, what does that mean?
Is a secondary line level supervisor. The street is managed or maintained by a sergeant, and then when the sergeant is not there for vacation or training or what have you, the corporal is then the acting supervisor for the road and the activities of the day, and overseeing at the patrol level only.
Were you working on November 5th, 2014, approximately 9:49 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you respond to a call at 5798 South Rapp Street?
Yes, I did.
And is that an establishment known as the Old Mill?
Yes, Old Mill and Brewery.
What city, county, and state is that location today as well as back on November 5th, 2014?
It's the City of Littleton, County of Arapahoe, State of Colorado.
Thank you. And what was your purpose for responding there?
The initial call came in as a physical disturbance involving up to 3 individuals. And then within minutes of the initial call coming out, there was a report of a gun involved.
And when you arrived on scene, what did you encounter?
I was probably the 4th or 5th car on scene. As we came down the alleyway, I had parked on Rapp Street, closer to West Alamo, and with all the cars that were there and the possibility of having to set up a perimeter or maybe searching for people, I went ahead and positioned my car so I would block Rapp Street. So I stopped all traffic on Rapp Street and then went towards the front of the Old Mill to find out what was going on.
What did you encounter as you headed towards the front door?
There was a car in the back parking lot of the Old Mill, and I observed 1 or 2 officers approaching 2 males that were back there, and they were placing them at gunpoint, ordering them to the ground. And at that point, I believe that I was checking to see if there was anybody else inside the establishment that may have been involved or a witness, and I went into the restaurant.
And when you entered the restaurant, were you the only officer in the restaurant?
Yeah, yes, I was. Officer Gordon had come in for a moment, and due to some radio traffic and noise, I wasn't able to relay information, so he was running back and forth relaying information.
Okay. When you entered the restaurant, what did you encounter?
I initially walked in through the foyer on the north side of the building that has double glass doors, and immediately noticed that the magazine racks had been knocked down. There was some clothing laying in the foyer, and there was just stuff everywhere. And then I went through the next set of doors, and I contacted a male and a female.
And who were those people?
The female was Lass of Cashman. I think her name was Kathleen. And then the male was later identified as Peter, Frangiskaskis. Sorry, thank you. Just inside the second set of doors.
Did you know Peter?
I did not.
Okay. When you contacted him, what did you do?
I initially asked him what had happened, and he was clearly amped up. He was in an agitated state. He was kind of just clenching his fist. He was really angry. He was talking really loud. He was talking over me repeatedly and was really struggling to get information out of him.
And what was your purpose? I mean, at this point, you come onto the scene, and your information is there's a physical altercation and there's a gun involved. So what's your purpose at the initial portion of the contact?
At this point, I still don't know who has the gun, where the gun might be. If I have a victim that has been shot, if somebody's been injured, I don't know any of the players in the scene yet. So I am trying to find out as much information as I can, as quickly as I can, to make sure everybody's safe.
Are you also trying to control the scene?
Absolutely. Make sure that none of my witnesses leave. Make sure there's no evidence being destroyed. Make sure I have each individual person who's involved, where they are and what their purpose was and all of that.
Okay. And when you're talking to Peter at this point, what are the type of questions that you're asking?
Who was fighting? Who had the gun? What are your injuries? And who else was involved? Trying to get the description of the person who had the gun so that I could relay it to officers who are outside in case somebody's fleeing the area.
Okay. At this point, did you know who Peter was?
At this point, he was just a guy.
And what happened next?
At that point, he was able to give me a partial description of, I believe it was Robert White, because he described a guy in a Broncos sweatshirt. And I relayed that to Officer Gordon, who went outside to relay that to the officers outside. At that point, Peter had stated that he had just gotten his ass kicked, and he said he wanted to get a smoke or have a smoke.
Were you able to determine if there were any visible injuries at that point?
I believe Peter had a small spot of blood or something on his face, and he was amped up like he'd just been involved in a fight.
What was the tone of voice he was using with you?
Very loud and very agitated.
Was he yelling?
Yes, he was actually yelling over me and talking over me to the point where I couldn't even get out on the radio, and that's one reason Officer Gordon had to relay information for me.
And were you telling him that he needed to calm down? And
I was trying to get any facts I could out of him, so I was trying to basically CIT him, which is a technique to calm somebody who's in a heightened state. Use a different approach to bring them down to a conversational level, get them breathing, get them under control so that we can find out what happened.
And was that working?
Not at all.
And what did you call it?
CIT,
okay.
Crisis Intervention Training.
When he indicated that he wanted to go get a smoke, how did you respond to that?
I initially told him I needed him to talk to me first. I was trying to get information. At that point, I couldn't let him walk freely around because I still didn't know where the gun was. I still didn't know who was involved. We can't just have people wandering when there's threats of a weapon and situations such as that.
And do you generally let people smoke that you are interviewing?
No, because it's a distraction for everybody involved.
And how else could cigarettes be used?
Oh, they can burn you. They can, they're really just a distraction.
Okay. And so when you told him that was not going to happen, what happened?
I initially told him that he couldn't go out front and smoke because the two males were out front, the two white party, or the two whites were out front. And he was like, fine, I'll just go smoke on the patio. And I said, no, I need you to stay here. I need you to stay here. I need to find out what's going on. I need you to just sit down. And I told him at least 5 times to sit down. And I even directed him to a 4-person high-top table that was standing right next to the front door. And he's like, no. I believe his statement was something to the effect of, fuck you, this is my bar. And at that point, he turned towards the exit, or turned towards the patio. So I took him by the right wrist, and I was trying to be like, no, I need you to stay here, have a seat at this table. He pulled his arm in, which is a technique that we train on. When you go to take somebody by the arm, if they pull it in, there's certain things we can do. So I followed him up, I pushed him up against the table, and I instructed him as clearly as I could in the situation, I need you to stop resisting, just have a seat. And at that point, he spun around on me. When he spun on me, his head was basically where my firearm is. He wrapped me up like a football tackle and started running straight for the patio. And then at that point, I wrapped my arms around him, trying to put him in some kind of a headlock or a chokehold. As we were moving backwards towards the doors, knowing the bar, I knew that it was either a wood frame that I was going to hit next, or I was going to go through a glass patio window. At that point, having him in the headlock, I dropped my rock, or basically tried to sit down, driving us both into the ground. He was still on top of me, but his arm was underneath me, and we were struggling on the ground. At that point, Corporal Farmer came in and began striking Peter, trying to get him off of me. I was able to get out to the side and get enough room of separation to reach my radio mic. I called for help, and as soon as I got the call for help out, I knew everybody was coming, so I reached for my taser, or my conductive energy weapon, and deployed that in a drive stun technique. And once Peter was tasered, I was able to get out from underneath him, and we were able to get him handcuffed and ultimately into the back of an ambulance a very long time later.
Now, in this kind of situation, what is the goal?
In the fight, or in just the investigation?
In the fight.
Safety.
Safety of who?
Each individual officer, the safety of the individual. We want to use the least amount of force possible to effect an arrest or detain somebody, and make sure that everybody who's in the situation doesn't get injured and is able to go home.
Okay. There's a use of force continuum.
Yes, ma'am.
And where in that continuum is striking an individual?
It reaches a level of hard, empty hand, and then it goes from there to impact weapons and then deadly force. So when the taser was deployed, we're in a realm of impact weapons and empty hand. The next tool we would have that we would be clear to use if it continued to escalate would be deadly force.
Okay, so striking would fall below a taser?
They're kind of on the same level, but they are in the same, they're separated.
When you tasered Peter, where were you standing in relation to Peter, or were you still on the ground?
I was still on the ground. I would have been on my left hip, trying to hold him down as much as possible and get out from underneath him the rest of the way.
Okay. And when you indicated that you conducted a drive stun technique, what does that mean?
The drive stun technique is basically when you deploy a taser, it's typically designed to fire the probes out and strike an individual at a distance. And if you're not able to get that separation or that distance, and you're in close proximity or direct contact, it's called a drive stun, because you're driving it into them and still applying a stun to them.
Now, during this time when he's taking you towards the glass doors, you go to the ground, and Corporal Farmer gets involved. How would you describe Peter's demeanor during this time?
Aggressive. It was a fight. We were fighting. As soon as he turned on me, the fight was on, and it was going to be a question of whether or not he went into custody or if somebody was going to get seriously injured.
Was he saying anything?
Not from the time that he turned and we were moving. And if he was, I couldn't tell you what he said.
Okay. And when you were able to get kind of out from under him and conduct the drive stun, from that point on, was he saying anything?
From that point forward, he was yelling, screaming, making comments about us beating him up. At one point, when he was out next to a patrol car, sitting in the middle of Rapp Street, he made a comment that the Littleton Police Department was trying to extort him and take away his bar.
And he said, take away his bar.
Yes.
Earlier, he said, fuck you, this is my bar. Later, he said that Littleton was trying to take away his bar. Did he make any other statements regarding this being his bar?
Several times when we were inside, between the initial contact and the time that the fight started, he told me when we were talking about when he was trying to get a smoke, it was, fuck you, this is my fucking bar. This is my fucking bar. You can't tell me what to do. It was repeated several times. I couldn't tell you exactly how many.
When you guys were able to get him into handcuffs, you indicated that you took him outside. And did you take him outside to Rapp Street?
At that point, I basically disengaged. We let other officers step in and start to that process so that there's no frustration or aggression. And if you can sometimes separate the officer who was in the fight away from the individual they fought with, everybody starts to calm down. So I don't know who walked him outside, but two other officers did, and I started going to other tasks.
Okay. And when you were going to those other tasks, could you still hear Peter?
Oh, absolutely.
And what kinds of things was he yelling at that point?
I don't know exact quotes, but he was clearly loud enough that at one point we were going to try and put him in the back of a car so that he didn't disturb the neighborhood. But it was along the lines of Littleton Police is trying to take his bar, that we were trying to extort him, that the other guys started the fight.
Was he yelling and screaming?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And how would you describe his demeanor at that point?
He was still in an excited state to the point where we requested Littleton Fire Rescue respond for a medical evaluation of him out of concerns of a new description of excited delirium. When people go into an excited state or fall into an excited delirium, their likelihood of death from internal reactions to that delirium skyrockets. And we are trained in seeing that and reacting to that, and our policy says if you see any indication of that, you get medical attention right away. We also have a policy in place that if somebody has been tasered, they are to get medical attention as soon as possible. So medical was coming regardless, but because of his excited state, we all were a little even more cautious about it.
When you had contact with Peter, did you see any indicia of alcohol?
From my initial conversation with him just inside the foyer, I could smell the alcohol. There was the odor of an unknown alcoholic beverage emitting from his breath. He had bloodshot, watery eyes, and like I said, he was really amped up.
Now, Officer, why don't you tell the board a little bit about your experience with working DUIs and alcohol-related incidents?
Objection, relevance?
I think it goes to the officer's credibility and with his observations regarding the fact that Peter was clearly drinking and under the influence.
I would like to hear the answer from the officer. I see it as relevant because the number of times that has been observed and they have experience with it goes to their being able to determine the physical signs of intoxication. So I would like the officer to respond. I find it relevant.
I agree with that. I'd like to hear that answer also.
Would too.
I've been a police officer at Littleton
Hold
for...
on.
Oh, sorry.
Can we get a motion that you'll allow that testimony?
Would you repeat that?
A motion to allow that testimony.
I'd move that Officer Carlson respond to the question of his experience in DUIs with observing and determining the physical signs of intoxication.
Second the motion. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Please answer the question.
Thank you, sir. I've been a police officer in Littleton for 10 years, 10 years this April. I have made several hundred arrests. The training we receive during the academy and then through the academy's 18 weeks, not so much hands-on training there. And then on the department side, we go through a 40-hour standardized field sobriety test class, at the end of which 8 hours of it is a wet lab. So you specifically get people, volunteers, and drink at different levels, and then you do tests on them. So it's a safe environment, and we do those observations. From there, I am also a DUI instructor. I teach the standardized field sobriety test as well as the breathalyzer tests, which both of those require additional classes. I've made just over 200 DUI arrests and probably several hundred other arrests from the street, including intoxicated people and sober people. And then we do bar checks where we go in and we make sure that establishments aren't over-serving, and basically a very large percentage of law enforcement, you're dealing with intoxicated people.
You indicated that you teach DUI class. What goes into that?
The DUI classes are the standardized field sobriety tests. It's a 3-test battery that we use to monitor people's alcohol or check people's alcohol or sobriety levels in a roadside setting. So when we pull somebody over for suspicion of driving under the influence, they go through a series of standardized field sobriety tests. There are 3 tests that are certified or the standard tests, and they check things such as eyes, ability to multitask, and divided attention tests. From that training, a big piece of DUI enforcement, which is the second stage of DUI enforcement, is the personal contact. So a third of a DUI is interacting with that person to see if you can see the physical signs and interpret the physical signs of intoxication before you make the decision to run them through any further tests. Some of those common indicia of alcohol are going to be the bloodshot, watery eyes, slurred speech, odor of an unknown alcoholic beverage emitting from their breath, the inability to handle small motor skills, because the alcohol is affecting those, as well as speech, decision-making, and then a lot of times tone of voice. Normal conversation becomes either very loud or very soft when somebody's intoxicated. So all of those things combined is the test battery, or that section of testing that we do from a personal context standpoint to determine if somebody's intoxicated to move forward with DUI enforcement.
And when you say that you teach this, who do you teach this to?
We do a 2-hour annual refresher to all officers in the department, and then we have to teach for the intoxilizer portion. We have to teach the understandings of alcohol, how the body handles alcohol, and all that through the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. I believe it's every 2 years also. So that is to officers throughout the state, as well as I'm required to attend an 8-hour alcohol refresher class for standardized field sobriety training, in which we talk about the effects of different drugs, different alcohol, new trends in law enforcement when it comes to DUI enforcement and alcohol enforcement, and then the actual battery of tests itself.
How many teachers are there in Littleton?
Currently, there are only 2 of us.
You and who else?
Officer Cindy Mitchell.
And how many officers are there in Littleton?
70. Well, on a good day.
What was the name of the other officer?
Cindy Mitchell.
So when you indicated that you could smell alcohol, had odor on his breath, bloodshot, watery eyes, were there any other indicia that you could determine?
I would say the only other main one was the tone of voice and the fact that he was really amped up.
And why would that pertain?
Because unfortunately when people are intoxicated, their tone of voice does change. They have a tendency to either talk really soft or really loud in uncommon situations. And then also the reaction to my presence. Even for the most part, sober people that I deal with don't have clenched fists. They're not angry. Even if they've just been involved in a physical altercation, they have a tendency to calm and have a communication and a conversation with the officer and not be back and forth and really confrontational.
And one of the other things you did is you spoke with Cassandra Campbell.
Yes, ma'am.
And who is she?
She advised that she was an employee from the Old Mill Brewery.
And what was said to you about Peter's drinking?
Hearsay. They're asking a question what someone else that's not testifying said. It is textbook hearsay.
What was the question?
I asked, what did Miss Campbell tell him about Peter's drinking?
Is Ms. Campbell on the witness list?
She's on the witness list, and it's my understanding that she was fired from Old Mill immediately after this incident.
There's no evidence of this. If she's going to put on evidence that this happened.
Well, I can say that I would wait to hear other evidence of that if that were the case. I would like to, again, I think it'd be helpful to hear from Ms. Campbell about any statement that she would have made.
She is not available. We have attempted diligently to find her and have been unable to do so. I think city attorney would have some statements regarding the hearsay. I do believe this is an administrative process, and I think that the board can make a determination on whether hearsay statements are allowed and give the weight that is necessary to those statements.
Officer Carlson, I think I understand the facts correctly, but correct me. Who interviewed Ms. Campbell? I know I read what the police report had to say she reported. So who interviewed her?
I did a short interview with her, and I don't know if anybody else spoke to her or not, but I know I handed her a written statement and also had a brief conversation with her personally.
Counsel for the licensee, would you contend that his conversation with her and her directly responding to him and only those things she directly responded to him is hearsay?
Your Honor, everything she said is textbook hearsay with no exceptions. In a court proceeding to introduce her statements at all. The fact that the city attorney is having trouble locating her subpoena has no bearing on the law. What she is an out-of-court statement asserted in court for the truth of the matter asserted. That is textbook hearsay.
But his directly having questioned her and her speaking to him, not another officer, you are telling me is hearsay.
That is the definition of hearsay, sir. The fact that he said it to her and she's not here to tell you what she said to him, that is hearsay. The definition of hearsay. It could not be any more clean-cut. It's an out-of-court statement offered in court or in this proceeding to offer the truth of the matter asserted. The only person who can testify as to what she said is her. So probably not going to finish tonight. You can get her here, but it's hearsay.
I'd like to hear from the city attorney on that.
So we are in an administrative hearing. We're not going to strictly follow the rules of evidence. You're not required to do that. Hearsay is admissible if you think that it has probative value and you would like to hear that information. Then I would suggest that you make a motion to allow that testimony. The objection's been noted on the record for the licensee in the event of an appeal. So I will leave it to you whether you think there is evidentiary value to you to hear that statement.
I make a motion that we allow the question.
I'll second that.
Did you say you seconded?
Yes.
All in favor?
Bill, sorry, can we, real quick, before we vote? I think before we vote, the important part is understanding the weight that it will have, whether you support the motion or not. Mm-hmm. Understand that if we submit it, it should not carry the same weight as someone who is here. Is that
right? So you want to apply here the fundamentals of fairness, right? So you want to weigh its value versus its prejudicial impact, knowing that she is not here to be cross-examined, and that is the concern with hearsay, is that the licensee does not get a chance to cross-examine that witness on the statement.
Then I think I'll support the motion once we vote, but I just want to let the licensee know that I certainly will keep that in mind, that you don't have the opportunity and weigh it appropriately.
We have a motion, and it's seconded. All in favor?
Before, if we get a second, there's discussion. And I'm suggesting and going to ask members of the authority.
Correct you, we do have a second.
Yes, but do we not have discussion after a second?
Before we vote.
That's what I wish to do, discuss. I would like the members of the authority to think about, reflect upon what this testimony adds. This witness is not going to be here to testify. As the chair pointed out in the beginning of this hearing, what we're interested in is facts that would impact the license of this particular licensee. And I would suggest that this particular testimony, while might be important in criminal court, is probably moot as far as the impact on our decision that we'd make in regard to the license. I offer that before we go forward.
Mr. Chairman, I would submit that the probative value of the testimony will answer that question once and for all.
Any other comments? We ready to vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Motion is carried. Ask the question.
So we were talking about your interview with Ms. Campbell.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you ask her any questions regarding Peter and whether or not he drinks at work?
Yes, I did.
And could you describe that?
She stated that he often drinks when he is at work, and he often drinks when he is managing the establishment.
And did she say anything regarding his intoxication levels during this time?
Don't recall specifically.
Would it help if you refreshed your recollection by looking at your report?
Yes, it would.
I'm going to hand you page 16 of your report. Why don't you let me know? Have I given you enough time? What did she say regarding his intoxication levels at work?
He's usually intoxicated nightly, and he usually drinks nightly, and he's usually intoxicated.
Okay, going back and looking at this entire situation, you had said earlier, when you first arrived on scene, you did not know who Peter was.
Correct.
Did you know that he was the manager of the bar when you first came in?
I did not.
And when you look at the entire situation, would you say that the behavior Peter exhibited was consistent with how a manager of a licensed establishment in Littleton should be?
No, I've never encountered anything like that from a manager before.
What would you say about his behavior in relation to the safety of the officers who responded to help in this situation?
I would say that he had a clear disregard for the people that were there trying to help the situation.
And officer, if you had to respond again to this situation or any situation at the old mill, how would you feel about that?
Objection, relevance?
What's the relevance?
I think it's very relevant. I think we have a license, which is a privilege. We have a person that is operating as the manager in the bar. The Littleton Police Department is employed with ensuring the safety of all citizens. A license is a privilege, it's not a right. And I think when you behave in a way that endangers the officers that are appearing on scene to help the licensee conduct their business, I think that's a big concern.
Peter just no longer works at the old mill. So.
I agree with that, but at the same time, asking the officers concern about going to that particular location doesn't really seem relevant to me.
Well, I think it's relevant in that this officer, depending upon his answer, may not want to go to that establishment.
Mr. Chair, I'd have a problem with the question based on the officer maybe not having all the information, mitigating circumstances about the future state of the establishment.
I agree with that.
Mr.
Mr. Mingus, did you have something to offer the board?
I was just going to, well, I don't think it's relevant. I think it's speculative, but also I agree with the council members. I mean, he would know that Peter no longer works at this establishment or is at this establishment, but I don't think, I mean, I don't know what his answer is going to be, but hopefully he would still show up if there was a problem. But I don't see how that's relevant to what happened on the date of this alleged violation.
Specifically, are you offering that statement about about Peter's activities for the record?
What activities was that?
You have stated that he is no longer an employee of the establishment. Are you offering that for the record?
Sure, I will be presenting uncontroversial testimony that he was fired on the scene that night and is no longer an employee of the establishment during my case.
Let the record so reflect.
Do we need a motion to exclude that question?
Yes.
I make a motion to exclude the question.
I'll second the motion. Any further discussion?
I don't want to belabor it. I think there's an appropriate weight to be given to it. It sounds to me like we will later hear evidence that about other contexts. So I would allow it because, again, I think it's going to be weighed against other things, but I don't want to belabor it. So,
all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Put me
Motion
down as an
carried.
aye. Sorry.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
And Carr? This is Corporal Carlson. I'm down here, and
Good evening.
it's really hard for me to ask questions sitting down because I'm used to being in court all day, but I'll do my best. And if you can't hear me or you don't understand the question, just ask me to repeat it or speak up.
Put the microphone a little closer.
Can you hear me?
Thank you.
Okay. Again, I'm sitting down and asking questions is hard. Corporal Carlson, when you first arrived at the scene, there was actually 2 Littleton police officers with 2 individuals on the ground at gunpoint, correct?
Correct.
And you heard one of the officers asking these 2 individuals, who has the gun, correct?
Correct.
And you heard one of these individuals that was on the ground saying, quote, the guy with the gun is inside, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so now you enter the establishment.
Correct.
And you see Peter.
After going through the foyer, yes.
No, you go through the foyer and he's by the first or second bar table across from the bar.
He actually, when I first come in, he is nowhere really in sight, and he comes from my left. I don't know specifically where he came from. I don't know if that's the restrooms or the kitchen. I don't know the establishment. So he came from my left side. First person I saw was Kathleen Cashman.
Miss Cashman?
Yes, who was near the bar, and then Peter came up from my left side.
Okay. So at this point, you observed Peter. You observed that he had blood on his face.
Yes, small spot of blood, yes.
Swollen lip.
Yes.
No injuries to his hands, his fists.
Throughout the course, I didn't see anything on his hands.
Okay. And then Peter was obviously, he told you he just got his ass kicked?
Yes, sir.
He was pretty agitated.
Yes, sir.
And you said that you were trying to calm him down.
Correct.
And he wanted to go outside and smoke a cigarette to calm down.
Correct.
And originally when you said you can't go outside, he offered to go on the enclosed patio, right?
Correct.
Which was, what, 20 feet away?
Probably more like 35 to 40, but...
Okay. It's enclosed, so it's not outside where the 2 individuals were?
No, it's still outside.
Well, it's to the front on Rapp Street, not towards the parking lot where the individuals were.
Correct, but if we're taking people in custody, we have to take them to our cars, so there's a possibility that there's going to be people moving around, and I don't know at this point whether or not the 2 people that are on the ground outside are suspects. I don't know what the situation with them is, so...
Well, my question at this point is, where's the patio? So let's stick with that.
To the west.
The patio is to the west, and the door where the suspects were on the ground was to the, what direction is that? Okay. 2 different directions out. 2 different directions out to leave the establishment. But the front patio is actually enclosed with seating right there. It's a patio, it has a balcony, and there's tables out there.
Yeah, the patio on the west side, yes.
Yeah.
The outside patio, yes.
And he wanted to go out there to talk to you and smoke a cigarette to calm down, right?
Correct.
And you didn't want him to. You didn't let him, correct? For whatever reason, you didn't let him. Okay.
for numerous safety reasons.
So he remained agitated, in your opinion, correct?
Correct.
And at this point, you're still the only officer inside the restaurant?
As I stated before, Officer Gordon had come in once or twice and then has gone back outside.
Well, let me back up. Prior to any altercation with Peter, you learned that it was, in fact, one of the people who just told you the gun was inside who was claiming to have a gun.
I don't understand that
Is
question.
that a bad question?
Yeah.
Let me break it down. Prior to any altercation with Peter, you learned that it was actually one of the people, of the suspects outside on the ground, that was alleged to have a gun, not Peter.
That was the statement made by Peter at that point. I still don't know if at that point, because people lie to us all the time, who actually had a weapon or if there was even a weapon involved. I have to treat everybody the same for my safety.
But you were told it was the guy with the Broncos jacket outside who has the gun.
And the guys outside said it was the guy inside, so.
But wasn't there discussion on this, that it was actually the guys outside that had the gun and not Peter prior to the altercation, in the time where you were just engaging Peter?
Peter said it was the guys outside. The guys outside said it was the guy inside.
Okay.
I don't know who has a gun.
Fair enough. But you didn't observe, and you did not observe any injuries or any physical injuries consistent with Peter being the aggressor in this fight. Fair enough?
No, I wouldn't say that. He had a swelling lip, and he had blood on his face.
Right, so there was no indication that he was the initial aggressor, no blood on his knuckles, nothing of that sort to indicate that he punched anyone.
There's plenty of time in my experience that the person who starts the fight is also the person that loses the fight. So I don't know who the aggressor was at this point.
Right, well, you weren't there. You didn't see the
Correct.
fight, right?
But I'm not going to tell you that he wasn't the aggressor.
I'm just asking his physical injuries. You didn't see any physical injuries consistent with him. You didn't see any injuries on his fists, correct?
That doesn't.
I'm not asking your opinion. I'm asking your observations.
Yes.
You did not observe any physical injuries on his hands, correct?
On his hands, correct.
So now, when you told Peter to sit down and he didn't, you actually initially grabbed his right wrist, correct? Right hand?
I believe after 5 times of telling him to sit down, I did grab his right wrist.
Okay. And then this is when you already testified, this sort of scuffle started to ensue?
Correct.
And then Officer Farmer came in?
Correct.
And then Officer Farmer punched Peter in the head multiple times?
I don't know exactly where he punched him because I was on my back or doing what I was doing, but he was applying strikes, throwing punches, trying to stop the fight.
And then at that point, right around there is when you tased Peter?
Correct.
And then Peter was then handcuffed and in custody?
Correct.
And you did not observe what happened outside? Correct. Well, let me back up. Once you went outside, you sort of did something else to not engage Peter anymore. I'm sorry, my question is, once you guys went outside, you kind of went your way, and Peter went his way, and that's standard procedure.
Yeah, I was still in the proximity with Peter, still on the street, but when it came to his medical treatment and being placed in the car, I was disengaged from all of that.
You never patted down Peter for weapons?
No, I believe somebody else did. I didn't personally do it.
Did you observe anyone pat Peter down for weapons?
No, but before they're placed in a patrol car, they're patted down.
It's a normal course to pat someone down before a patrol
And
car.
before they're placed in the back of an ambulance, they have to be patted down.
But you didn't observe anyone
Correct.
here down. Correct. You have 1 second. So, I'm sorry, I had to consult with a colleague. So let me ask you this. Wouldn't you ask Peter to, when you first engaged him, to sit down at a table, right?
Correct.
Wouldn't you want to pat him down for weapons if you believed you had a gun before you had him sit down at a table? Wouldn't talk to you?
At this point, I was trying to just stop his movement because he was back and forth, like I said, very agitated. If I can get somebody to have a seat, then we can address everything else from there. But I was trying to limit contact with him so he didn't become even more agitated. Physical contact with him.
Correct. We never asked if you could pat him down for weapons.
That's correct.
And at this point, he wants to go outside and smoke a cigarette and calm down, is what he was asking you. Right?
He has to go outside, yes.
And smoke a cigarette?
Yes.
On the patio?
Yes. Well, initially he wanted to go out front, which was not a possibility.
When you said no, he said, well, how about the patio, which is right there?
Yeah.
No further questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Corporal Carlson,
Yes, sir.
at what point during your conversation with Peter did he indicate he was the manager of the establishment?
Probably during the attempt to get the cigarette. He never specifically told me that he was the manager at that time, but he told me repeatedly, this is my fucking bar, and I'm going to go have a cigarette.
Did he do that as a matter of identification, or did you have the impression that he wanted you to know that he was in charge?
That he was in charge and he was going to do what he wanted to do.
Okay. And from the initial time you encountered him, would you say he was in a state of self-control?
In personal self-control?
That's correct.
No, he was still pretty agitated, and I think he was in a volatile state still.
At any time during the evening after he was in custody, subdued, and handcuffed, did he make any attempt to explain his conduct, apologize to you, or apologize to other officers?
Not at all. From what I heard around him, you might have to check with other officers, though. But at no time did he say sorry, or this is what happened, or come to a level at which he could have a normal conversation.
Going to your conversation with Ms. Cashman, was she a willing and cooperative witness?
I did not speak to Ms. Cashman.
I'm sorry, who was the woman you talked to?
Ms. Campbell.
Ms. Campbell, was she a willing and cooperative witness?
Yes, she was voluntarily there. Nobody told her that she had to stay, as far as I'm aware. She was outside on the far end of the parking lot to the east, sitting with a vehicle with two other people, just sitting there.
And what was her demeanor?
She was calm, conversational, and polite and professional.
Did she express any concerns about her safety?
I don't think I asked.
Okay. And in discussing the pattern of conduct in the bar with her on Peter's behalf, how did that arise? How did that conversation unfold?
I initially asked her if she had seen or heard anything in regards to the initial disturbance between Mr. White and his son and Peter, and she stated that she was an employee of the restaurant and that she was inside at the time. So the natural investigative questions then followed.
All right. And did she offer that statement to you, or did you ask her whether it was a common pattern of behavior at Old Mill?
I believe I asked her initially what happened, and then the question was I believe I asked her the question of, do you think he was intoxicated? And that's when the response was given to me.
Yeah. Given your experience in the 200 DUI arrests you've made, do you believe, is it your professional observation that Peter was intoxicated?
Yes, indeed.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Authority has no other questions. Officer, or Corporal, you're excused.
Thank you, sir.
Be careful when you talk to the other officers outside, not to relay anything about your testimony in here. That was part of the agreement when we
Absolutely.
requested you all. Thank you very much.
I will follow the order. Thank you.
Thank you.
City calls
This
Sergeant.
time, I'm going to call a 15-minute recess. We'll be back at 8:30 and begin the hearing again. Okay.
It's important, it's not important, and how having friends is always good.
Because we're going to the bar, there's never.
If everyone would take their seats, we'll resume this hearing.
Okay.
Prosecutor, I believe we were in between witnesses.
Yes, the city calls Sergeant Dimitrik.
And may I just ask how long we're going to go tonight, just for scheduling reasons? And
Pardon me?
can I just ask how long we anticipate proceeding tonight?
Well, this is probably not the last of this, whatever we do tonight. So I'm going to say we'll probably go till 10 o'clock,
Okay.
unless I have a serious objection to that from...
Is that an issue?
No, I don't have any child care issues. I'm just wondering for me and my tiredness, and some of other people have been asking me. But that's fine. I'm going to be here as long as you guys want to proceed.
Just for your benefit, under, is it the charter or is it?
Under council rules,
Council
at
rules.
10 o'clock, we need formal motion to continue. So at 10 o'clock, we have to sort of evaluate whether, it's worthwhile for us to keep going or everyone's just exhausted and call it a night, so.
Which I'm guessing, I can't speak for everyone. I'm guessing at that point it would probably be a good idea, but I'm also guessing we should probably try to get to at least there because I think we have a lot of material to get through.
Okay, thank you.
I think we'll look for a convenient stop in between witnesses, and at this point, I'm not sure how many witnesses we're going to see tonight. So we'll take another look at it in about an hour.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Officer Farmer. Officer Dimitri.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Would you state your name, please?
My name is Nick Dimitrik.
And you are?
I am a sergeant with the Littleton Police Department.
I need to swear you.
Sir.
You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this authority is truthful?
I do, sir.
Thank you.
Where are you employed?
I'm employed with the city of Littleton.
And you're a sergeant?
Could
Okay.
you take a step back?
Could you move that microphone over to where?
You can look her direction, but just make sure so everyone can.
I'll work around here.
Thank you.
Okay. Better.
And you're a sergeant for what shift?
I'm a graveyard shift supervisor.
Okay. Were you working on November 5th, and did you respond to the incident at the old mill?
Yes, I did.
And when you responded and arrived on scene, what did you encounter?
Sure. And once I arrived on scene, the way the call came out initially, it was there was an altercation between two males and a female, and that there possibly might have been a gun involved. When I arrived on scene, I saw that officers had two males prone out outside of the bar. I immediately assisted in apprehending the two males. Corporal Carlson, who was also on scene, he went inside the establishment to make sure that everything was okay inside. I got over my radio and I asked just to verify which male had the gun. The description that was given to me was a older male with gray hair that was wearing a Bronco sweatshirt. One of the males initially that were proned out matched that description.
Okay. When did you come in contact with Peter?
While I was outside, just shortly after, I got off the radio with Corporal Carlson. He yelled for help. At that point, I immediately rushed inside the bar where I saw Corporal Farmer and Corporal Carlson struggling. They were fighting with Peter on the ground, trying to apprehend him.
And what did you do?
Once I got there, since Peter had long hair, I grabbed a fistful of his hair and I pulled on it just to gain pain compliance. I also observed that he was tased by the taser cartridges that I saw on the ground. So Corporal Carlson and Corporal Farmer were eventually able to apprehend him and put him in handcuffs.
Okay. And how would you describe his demeanor from, I guess, the moment you first encountered him to after he was put in handcuffs?
Very combative. He made derogatory statements towards the officers, but he was very combative in nature. He did not comply with our orders to stop resisting, so he was combative.
And what kind of derogatory statements?
Am I okay to say that?
Yes.
Yeah, he called us, initially when he was on the ground, he said, "Get the fuck off me." When he was in handcuffs, while we were escorting him outside, he called us a bunch of pussies and cowards.
When he was taken outside, were you still involved?
Yes, I was actually helping him escort. I was helping Corporal Farmer and Corporal Carlson escort him outside to the curb because we had to get medical attention since he was tased.
Okay. And at that point, how long would you say it took for medical attention to arrive on scene?
If I had to make a rough estimate, I would say between 5 and 10 minutes.
And during that 5 and 10 minutes, how was Peter acting?
He was still very agitated. He continued to be belligerent. Once fire arrived on scene, he was so out of control that they actually had to seduce him with ketamine.
And when firefighters were on scene, was he making any threats at that point?
Yeah, he did. The specific threat that I remember hearing is he said that if he had a gun that he would shoot us. I took it as officers and the firefighters that were there.
Now, did you ever confirm who made any phone calls to 911 dispatch?
I did actually. I called dispatch. There was only one phone call made, and that was actually the victim in this case. There were no calls made from Peter or I believe it's Katie Cash.
And the victim, who were you referring to?
I don't know his name, but it was the individual with gray hair who had the Bronco sweatshirt.
The older gentleman?
Yes.
Robert White?
Yes.
So there were no calls made from the establishment?
No, I hadn't verified that with dispatch.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Over here. Sergeant Dimitrick, correct?
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Dimitrick, when you entered the establishment, Peter was already on the ground with the two other officers on top of him, correct?
That's correct, sir, yes.
And he had already been tased?
He had been tased. I wasn't there during the time he was tased, but I did observe wire cartridges, so which means that he was tased at some point. Yes.
And you didn't observe what happened prior to that?
No.
Okay. There was only, besides the officers and Peter, there was only one other person in the establishment?
That's correct, as far as I remember, yes.
Katie Cashman?
Yes.
And Ms. Cashman was yelling that Peter was not resisting and that he did nothing wrong?
Those are the comments she was making, yes.
And she said that she saw the whole thing?
Correct.
Did you talk to Carson over the radio while he was inside the establishment? Carlson?
I got over the radio to get a description to see who the male with the gun was, yes. So I was over the air, yes.
Okay. So Corporal Carlson was inside and you were outside and you were talking to him over the radio?
That's correct, yes, sir.
So if he said he couldn't talk on the radio while he was inside, that would be not true?
Whether he said he couldn't talk, I don't remember. I do specifically remember asking him for the description of the male, and I remember hearing Corporal Carlson yelling for help.
And when you arrived at the scene, the two people outside were on the ground?
That's correct, sir, yes.
Those two Littleton police officers with them?
Yes.
And did you hear one of the people say the guy with the gun is inside?
I don't remember whether I heard that or not. Like I said, that's why I had Corporal Carlson go inside and just to double check to make sure.
But when you're on the radio with Corporal Carlson, he said the guy with the gun is the guy outside with the Broncos jacket.
That's correct. That's the initial, yeah, that's what I was told initially, yes, sir.
So when Corporal Carlson's inside on the radio telling you who was outside that the guy with the gun is in the Broncos jacket, this was before any altercation inside, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Sergeant, at the time you entered the establishment and saw Peter underneath or with the two officers, was he resisting?
Yes, he was. In the manner he was resisting, the officers were giving him verbal commands to stop resisting. His hands were tucked underneath his chest, so he wouldn't put his hands out, so we could handcuff him. So that's the fashion he was resisting in. So.
Were they ultimately able to handcuff him?
Yes. It took a little bit, but they were able to handcuff him, yes, sir.
From the time you saw him to the time he left your sight, how long was that over the course of the evening?
I'm sorry, could you clarify from the point I came inside?
Right, until the time he was either transported in custody or through the paramedics. How long had you been in his presence?
I was with him, I mean, if I had to make a guess, it would be between 10 and 15 minutes. I was there initially while he was placed in handcuffs, and then I was also, I went outside to escort him as well, so I remained outside until the fire department came. So between 15 and 20 minutes, I would say it's just a rough estimate.
And during that 15 or 20 minutes, was he ever compliant?
No, he was being verbally abusive. Like I said, he was being belligerent, and it didn't stop. Like I said, the fire department had to administer ketamine just to calm him down.
Was he ever cooperative?
No, not in my presence, no.
Did you offer any mode of cooperation?
No, none.
Okay. At any time, to your hearing, did he identify himself as the manager of the establishment?
You know, sir, I don't remember whether he did or not. I don't recall whether he did that in my presence or not.
Okay. Thank you.
Sergeant, from the time the two men were handcuffed and proned in the parking lot, and then Peter was handcuffed and taken into custody, what led to the other two men being released? Whose decision was that?
Whose decision it was, like I said, I was one of the supervisors. Once the officers, because we had numerous officers on scene, once we kind of got a clear picture as far as what happened, we interviewed all the individuals that were inside the bar. We came to a conclusion that the two males that were proned outside did not have, they weren't the aggressors in this fight, and that there was no weapons involved. So at that point, there were no charges.
What was their reaction to being turned loose after being, I'll call it, roughed up?
You know, sir, I wasn't there. I was with Peter during the time. The officers were with him. As far as what their reaction was, I couldn't tell you, sir. I don't know.
Okay.
Sergeant, just a point of clarification. There was previous testimony that Peter used a racial epithet against one of the fightees, persons involved in the fight. Would you help us with the racial identity of Mr. White and his son? Is either one of them African American?
Yes. His son was African American, yes, sir.
And his father is Caucasian?
Yeah, that's correct, yes, sir.
Thank you.
What employees did you have contact with?
Well, initially, the only employee that I was in contact with was with Katie Cashman, and that was during the time that Sergeant Ike was interviewing her inside the establishment.
And did she say if she'd been drinking?
She initially said that she wasn't drinking. I do recall Sergeant Ike asking her, are you being honest? Because he did smell an odor of alcohol emitting from her breath. She then told Sergeant Ike that she had 2 beer tasters. Apparently the establishment got beer tasting cups, or I don't know what they're called, so she had 2 of those.
So she said, first she said she hadn't been drinking, and then she said she had some tasters that were equivalent to about 2 drinks.
That's correct, ma'am, yes.
Okay. And did she seem like she was intoxicated?
I wasn't close enough to her. I didn't specifically detect an odor of alcohol, but Sergeant Ike was in close proximity, so he did detect the odor of alcohol.
Did anyone give her a breathalyzer?
Not inside the establishment. If one was administered, I wasn't present during that.
Okay, thank you.
Along those lines, did you detect the odor of alcohol in Peter?
I don't recall. I don't remember whether he had alcohol in his breath. I wasn't that close initially, so I don't remember. I couldn't testify to that, sir.
Thank you.
Did you question, or did Ms. Cashman say that the 2 gentlemen, both Mr. Whites, had drank numerous shots or drank shots?
Sir, I can't testify to that because I didn't have that part of the investigation, so I can't answer that.
No further questions? Prosecution have any more questions?
I don't.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant. You're excused.
City calls Officer Bouchard.
Good evening. Would you state your name, please?
Luke Bichard, Bishard.
And you are an officer with Littleton Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this authority is truthful?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Officer Bouchard, I'm going to refer your attention to November 5th of this year. Did you respond to the incident at Old Mill?
Yes, I did.
And when you responded, what did you encounter when you first arrived on scene?
2 officers had 2 individuals at gunpoint on the east side of the Old Mill Brewery.
And at any point did you come in contact with Peter?
Yes, I did.
And where was that?
It was after a brief moment being with the 2 individuals that were at gunpoint. I went back to my car to get statements, and that's when my first contact with Peter was.
Okay, and how was that?
I originally saw him walking out of the bar with several other Littleton police officers. He was yelling and cussing, using profanities. Then he got to the patrol car that I was standing at, and he was placed in the back. And at that point, he became more and more agitated, cussing more, yelling more, until fire department arrived.
And what sorts of things was he saying?
At that point, I don't specifically remember the things he was saying besides lots of cuss words and screaming, but it wasn't until a little later that I remember specifics.
Okay, and when was that later portion?
The Littleton Fire Department showed up to treat Peter for couple wounds that he received while inside of the establishment. Well, the fire department had arrived. Peter was brought out of the vehicle, set on the curb just outside of the vehicle so that way they could check on him and work on him. And it was then that I recall the most specific stuff that he said. He first said, quote unquote, all this. He says, "You're all a bunch of pussies." He then said, "Take me out of these handcuffs and your teeth will be all over this curb." Something to that, basically with our teeth being on the curb. And the last thing I remember specifically was, if I had my guns, I'd kill you all.
And how would you describe his demeanor when he was making these statements?
He was extremely angry.
Was he yelling?
Yes, ma'am.
And he's outside on the curb. Where in relation to the establishment?
We were basically just across the street.
On the west side?
Yes, ma'am.
And was he so loud that other people maybe in the vicinity could hear him aside from those involved in the investigation?
Yeah, if there were other people there, which I don't know if there were or not, but they would have been able to hear him, yes.
Now, when you assisted when paramedics were there kind of maneuvering him around?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was he acting towards you physically when you were maneuvering him?
He was seated and the fire department was working on him. And then at one point he kind of pushed back towards the fire department's hands and tried to stand up. So some of the fire guys had rolled him off of the curb and he was kind of on his right shoulder, just outside of the door where the patrol car was. And he like looked to his left where I was standing on his left trying to hold him down because he was like rolling around and moving around a lot. Twice he tried to spit on me, and at that point then he said, "Fuck you."
And what was the tone of voice he used when he said, "Fuck you"?
He was still loud.
Okay. Now, were you one of the officers that took Peter to the hospital?
I followed the ambulance to the hospital, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you followed the ambulance to the hospital, did you go into the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you went into the hospital, what went on in there as far as Peter's demeanor and behavior?
At that point, I'm not sure what the paramedics had given him to calm him down, but he was basically sleeping by the time we showed up to the hospital. After he was ready to be released, he was medically cleared and released for jail. The nurse had told him that basically he was now going to be going with the police department. And at that point, he like sat up in bed, he started growling and began like shadow boxing, like pretending he was boxing. And this was like just before he was placed in a handcuff, so, well.
And was that, when he was growling and then shadowboxing, was that directed at you?
I don't know. It was just after she said, "You're going to be going with the police officers now." And I said, "Yeah, you're going to go to jail." And it was like just after that. Like I said, he wasn't like faced me. He was faced straight in the bed. I was on his side, and he started basically like growling while I was standing there. So.
He started what?
Growling, like, yeah.
So at that point, you took him into custody again?
Yes, ma'am.
And the intention was to take him to jail?
He was taken to Littleton Police Department.
And when you arrived at Littleton Police Department, what happened then?
He was placed in holding cell 1 while PC paperwork was finished. He then, he kept asking repeatedly, like why was he there? Why did we arrest him? Why am I in this holding cell? He kept wanting to know what had happened. So I kept telling him over and over again what happened, and then he just kept asking what happened. So that went on for a long time.
Okay. And at some point, did Corporal Farmer come into the holding cell area?
Yes, ma'am.
And when Corporal Farmer came in, what did Peter say?
We were both standing there explaining to him why he was being held in the holding cell, and he said, he looked at Corporal Farmer and he said, "Are you the officer I double-legged?" And then...
Sorry, could you repeat that, please?
He said, "Are you the officer that I double-legged?" while looking at Corporal Farmer.
What did he mean by that?
A double leg is basically like a tackle. Like the most accurate way I could describe it is like a football tackle type. That's what a double leg means in the sport world.
And was there any response to that, or was that pretty much the end of it?
That was basically the end of what happened.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
I don't have any questions for Officer Bouchard.
So was it Corporal Farmer that he double-legged?
No, ma'am, it was not.
Okay.
He never...
So he remembered, he didn't know why he was in jail.
Right.
But he remembered double-legging someone.
I assume so. I assume that's why he had asked, but I can't confirm nor deny that.
Did he double-leg someone?
I wasn't there.
I don't know if I can object, but I take issue with that unless he observed it, in which he testified he didn't. I don't understand how this witness can answer that question.
Well, I think obviously the opportunity to answer the question is the officers, and it sounds like he wasn't aware since he wasn't there.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Did you have any, what employees did you have direct contact with when you got to the mill?
I didn't contact any of the employees.
Okay.
Officer, at the time you were in Peter's vicinity, at any time was he compliant or cooperative?
After, when he was being released, he was never uncooperative when he was leaving the hospital. He did what we needed him to, but despite that shadow boxing thing, but other than that, he was very cooperative.
Specifically in the vicinity of the old mill,
in the old
licensee
mill?
in question.
Yeah, he was very uncooperative.
Cooperative or uncooperative?
Uncooperative.
Okay. At that time, were there any other observers around besides Littleton police officers?
Yes, some other paramedics were there.
Any civilians?
No, sir. No.
Okay. Have you had any previous encounters with this individual?
No, sir.
Okay.
Officer Bouchard, were you, when Peter was brought outside and sat on the curb, were you in his vicinity for the remainder of the time while he was on scene?
Yes, I was.
And for the rest of the time that you were in his presence and then until he was taken away and you followed the ambulance, did you notice the licensee present or arrive on scene?
Yes, I did.
Did he, when he arrived on scene, did he make any comments or do anything that you recall?
He was angry. I couldn't understand because he was on the other side of the road from me, but he was very angry. I think two cops, I think it was Commander Iman and Officer Kiefer, had to go talk to him to calm him down. But specifically what he was saying, I can't testify to that.
Was he compliant with officers calming him down?
I don't know. When they walked over to talk to him is when basically the ambulance left, so then I left after the ambulance.
Thank you.
Did Peter seem intoxicated to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And what makes you say that?
He was very, red eyes, glassy eyes. He smelled like alcohol. Just the way he was presenting himself is very consistent to people I've dealt with in the past that are intoxicated. When they were walking him out, two officers were holding on to him, which says to me that maybe he was having difficulty walking or standing of some sort. So.
Thank you.
Officer, thank you. No further questions. You'll be excused.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
How's
for your
Officer
time.
Senior?
Good evening. Would you state your name, please?
Officer Scott Sr.
And you are employed by the city of Littleton as a police officer?
Yes.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this authority is truthful?
Yes.
Thank you.
Officer, I'm going to direct your attention to the evening of November 5th. Did you come in contact with a Rebecca Johnson?
Yes.
And
Officer, sorry, could you just step a little bit closer so we make sure? Thank you.
And who was Rebecca Johnson?
She's an employee at the old mill.
And when did you come in contact with her that evening?
While we were investigating the incident at the old mill that night.
And did you interview her?
Yes.
And how did she appear when you were interviewing her?
As far as?
As far as her demeanor, her physical state?
I mean, she seemed kind of concerned about the whole situation.
Was she willing to talk to you?
Yes.
And when you were talking to her, what did she tell you about what happened that night?
Objection, hearsay.
It's the same kind of question we dealt with before. And,
With all due respect, counsel, you asked the previous officer about something that someone that he spoke to said, right?
Correct, but there was no objection. If there's an objection, you can rule on it. If I don't object to the hearsay coming in, I don't object. But if I do object, I mean, if we're in court, this would be a no-brainer. You can't testify to it. I understand the rules are different.
Okay, I guess what I'm saying is, why should you be able to present hearsay and the prosecutor shouldn't?
If there's no objection in a court, as long as the other side doesn't object, hearsay is admissible. If there's an objection, it's not admissible.
Sure. So I guess my question to you is, as far as, and again, this goes back to the weight we're giving it,
right?
Which is what is important here. Why do you want to enter in hearsay evidence and yet object when the prosecutor does?
Again, and I understand you're not judges, but if there's no objection, the hearsay can come in. If he wants to testify to what someone else said, and they ask him a question, and I don't object, it's fair game. There's no objection. You only get to rule on it if there's an objection. And then once there's an objection, is it hearsay? The answer is clearly yes. So, and then as far as the weight goes, by the way, Ms. Cashman will be testifying. I don't know if this witness will be testifying either, but this is a different legal analysis. I'm used to being in court all day. If nobody objects to the hearsay, it comes in. If someone objects and it's hearsay, it doesn't come in, absent an exception, which we do not have here.
What was the question again?
I'd like to have the city attorney comment on.
So again, my advice is the same.
You don't object to it, it's okay.
He's objected, so you need to rule on it. We need a motion if you would like the officer to respond to that question. Hearsay is admissible in an administrative proceeding as long as it has probative value, you feel that it's reliable, and you give it weight based on the consideration that the licensee's attorney will not have the opportunity to cross-examine the person who made that statement. So if you would like to hear the answer to that question, understanding and giving it weight as hearsay, then I'd ask for a motion directing him to respond to that question.
Is she on the witness list? Will she be called?
She is on the witness list. My response would be the same as to the earlier witness that we had this issue with, Ms. Campbell. It's my understanding she was terminated after this incident, and we have tried diligently to get her here.
All right. I would like to know what information is available from what she provided as a statement, and we can wait that.
So are you making a motion?
I'll make a motion to allow the testimony.
A second.
Comments?
I hate to intervene again. I'm going to make a suggestion, see what folks think about it, to, in essence, negate counsel's objection. This is contained within the officer's report. Am I understanding correctly?
That is correct.
Would it be, then it would not be hearsay if we were to ask the question of the officer to please read what he put in his report. That would not be hearsay. That would be what he put in his report. That's a matter of fact. Whether it's factual or not.
That would, sorry, I need to completely disagree with you. That is not only hearsay, that is a textbook, clear-cut definition of how someone would teach a first-year law student what hearsay is. You can't take, plus you couldn't take it for the truth of matter asserted anyway, just because it's in his report. The way court works, and I understand we're not in court, and I think we've belabored this point, but someone, if you want to, someone has to come into court and testify what they said in order to be given any weight. What that would be, whether he's reading from his report or he says what she said, that is an out-of-court statement.
I don't pretend it's what she said. I state as fact it's what he put in his report, not that it's what she said. It's what he put in the report, not what she says.
Which would not come in to any legal proceeding unless she denied she said that to him. Then it would come in for credibility and impeachment. But it is absolutely hearsay. I don't think you're going to get any argument from the other side that it's not.
As far as discussion goes, I'm ready to accept it, and I will give it the same weight that all the other hearsay that we've heard here tonight, which we have heard here tonight, has been given. So.
We have a motion and second. We're prepared to vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion is carried. The question is admitted.
Okay. So I've forgotten what the question is, but I think it says something.
What did she say?
I think I said something to the effect of, what did Ms. Johnson tell you regarding the incident?
Ms. Johnson stated that she started off by saying that Peter is her boss.
Excuse me, officer, would you bend the microphone right there? That's good.
And just speak right into it so we can record you.
She started off by stating that Peter is her boss and that he was upset that night about paperwork that hadn't been done correctly. At that time, he started yelling at her and another coworker. As he was yelling at them, a male customer approached him and told him that he shouldn't talk to girls like that. And at that time, Peter turned to the customer and started yelling at him. Ms. Johnson said that she just walked back into the kitchen at that time.
And did she make any statements regarding Peter's demeanor?
She says that he has a very bad temper and that he yells at people all the time.
I have no further questions.
Officer, did you also interview a Jonathan Cavalier?
Yes.
And he said that he went outside to calm the situation and witnessed one of the people act like they were pulling a gun from their back, correct?
No, he said that he never witnessed that. He said that Peter told him that one of the gentlemen had a gun.
Okay. So, if I could have 1 second. So he's saying he didn't witness it. It was just Peter was yelling, quote, he had a gun?
Yes.
And he never witnessed any aggression from Peter towards these individuals? Correct.
Define
he never saw the fight, right?
He saw Peter pushing the two males out the front door.
Right. And then he didn't see the actual fight itself. He just saw them leaving, and then he went outside and around, and then saw him again outside.
He told me that he saw Peter pushing the two males out the front door. And at that point, the two males began to walk away.
Okay. So he never saw these individuals punching Peter?
No.
Choking Peter?
No.
No further questions?
I have a couple before the board has questions. This is just what Mr. Cavalier told you, correct?
Yes.
And you're not sure if he told you everything?
No.
He also told you that one of the reasons why he went outside was to see if what Peter was yelling about.
Yes.
After he told you that Peter yelled that they had a gun, and you said that he told you the two males began to walk away, what did he tell you about what Peter was yelling at the males then?
Mr. Cavalier said that as the males were walking away, Peter was still worked up and was yelling at the males. And he had yelled, "You're a bitch. And if your dad wouldn't have jumped in, you wouldn't have won."
I have no further questions.
Officer Senior, in your discussion with Ms. Johnson, did she indicate that Peter was her supervisor?
Yes, she specifically stated that he's her boss.
Okay, to your understanding that he was in direct control of the establishment?
That's the way it sounded.
And how about Mr. Cavalier? How did he acknowledge Peter?
I don't recall him stating whether he was his supervisor or not.
Okay. Did you have any face-to-face interaction with Peter?
No.
Did you observe his behavior in the company of other officers?
Yeah.
And what was that behavior?
He was fighting with several other officers when I saw him.
Was he compliant?
No.
Okay. Was he agitated? Were there any other persons you spoke to that evening that shed any light on this situation?
No, I believe that Mr. Cavalier and Ms. Johnson are the only two that I spoke with.
Did you have any further interaction with Peter later on in the evening?
No.
Thank you.
Officer Senior, when or where did you contact Rebecca Johnson? Where were you physically when you interviewed her?
We were standing on the east side of the building in the parking lot.
Were you instructed to interview her and take her statement, or did you do that of your own volition?
I believe that I had just contacted her as a witness that was in the area.
No further.
Did it seem to you like any of the employees had been drinking? Could you tell if did they have alcohol in their breath or any signs of that?
Ms. Cavalier, or Mr. Cavalier and Ms. Johnson, it didn't seem like it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
One further. Did you notice at any point with your time on the scene, the licensee Vasilios, was he present at all?
Yes, he was present.
Was he there the whole time you were there, or did he arrive after?
No, he arrived at a later time.
When he arrived, can you describe his demeanor or any statements he made?
I never had any face-to-face contact with him.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, officer. You're excused.
Thank you.
City calls Captain Paul Amend.
Good evening. Would you state your name, please?
Captain Paul Amend.
And what's your responsibility?
I was the engine officer on Engine 11.
Would you raise your right hand, please? You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this authority is truthful?
I do.
Thank you.
Did you say what your title was?
Yeah, I'm a paramedic captain.
Okay. And for those that may not know, what is a captain kind of in your hierarchy?
I'm in control of, responsible for the station, both rigs that are in it and the station.
Okay.
And I'm responsible for running the calls that I'm assigned to.
And who would be above you?
Battalion chief.
So really just one?
Yeah, I have one officer on the street that's above me.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how many captains are there in Littleton?
There's 8 on at a time, but there's 24 total.
24 captains?
Could you lean a little bit closer to the mic, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Just bend it down so it's more in front of you. There you go.
Okay. Now, were you working on November 5th, and did you respond to the Old Mill incident?
I did.
And when you responded, what did you encounter?
We initially responded to remove taser barbs that LPD had deployed. And then when we got there, they stated that he was in the patient we were going to see was in the back of Unit 218.
Okay. And when you contacted the patient, do you know who that person was?
The patient?
Yeah.
No, I didn't know who he was at the time.
Okay. Do you know who he is now?
Yeah. I don't know his name.
Okay.
No.
And when you contacted him, how would you describe his condition, his physical state?
He was very agitated. He was very combative, very verbally abusive to LPD.
And do you remember some of the things he was saying?
As far as he was calling all of us fucking faggots. He was really, really agitated with LPD. We needed to assess him, so we needed him out of the car, and he wasn't happy about that.
And were police officers able to get him out of the car?
Yeah, it took 2 of them to get him out, and then 3 of them to kind of hold him down on the curb as far as sitting, so we could assess him.
So 2 officers to get him out, 3 to hold him down?
Yeah.
And that's not something that you typically would get involved in, the moving around of a...
Not as far as out of the police car. I mean, once the patient's out, then we kind of will help and assist.
And so he's out and he's on the ground. Where was he on the ground?
Sitting on the curb,
Okay.
right in front of the old mill.
And how was he then?
Still very agitated, very angry. He was, obviously intoxicated.
And let's talk about that. When you say he was intoxicated, why would you say that?
He smelled of alcohol. He admitted to drinking alcohol, and just his behavior.
And what about his behavior?
It's just not, we run on people that are in altercations all the time, that kind of thing, but just the level of anger and aggression was, extremely high for, a normal.
As you're witnessing this, are you making any sort of assessments as to his physical state?
Yeah, I knew.
I guess.
Yeah, I was concerned just as far as how aggressive he was being, and I called for my medic unit to come, so they were responding because I knew it was going to potentially turn into more than just removing the taser barbs.
Okay, and did it turn into more than that?
It did, absolutely, yeah.
And what was done with him at that point?
We had to chemically restrain him, which is what we do for the patient safety and for our safety as well.
And what does that mean?
We use either, something like Versed, some kind of benzo, to either slow, kind of calm them down, or we'll, have something else called ketamine that we can use.
Okay. In this particular case, what did you use first?
Versed first, because I thought I could use that to try to just take the edge off and just kind of calm down a little bit and buy some time until my medic unit got there.
Okay. And Versed is some sort of a drug?
It's it's a benzodiazepine, so like a Valium kind of.
Okay. And when you administered that, what happened?
Patient got more combative and more aggressive and turned his anger, not the same anger that he had for LPD, onto us as well. So we were concerned for our safety and for the patient's safety.
Okay. And during this time, was he making any threats to either LPD or to fire and rescue?
To both of us, he was stating if that he had his cuffs off, he would fuck us all up. And then he also stated at one point that he's lucky he didn't have his guns with him because he'd kill us all.
And what was the demeanor and the tone of voice that was used during those threats?
It was very pointed. It was shouting. It was, like I said, very anger. All this encompassed tons of aggression.
You give him Versed, and you say that he continues to escalate.
Correct.
Is that a normal reaction?
No, absolutely not. So that's usually common when, people are on something in addition to alcohol.
And what other things could that be?
Some kind of stimulant or something of that nature. And then we worry about, we use the ketamine because we don't want to physically restrain people, because that's what you see in the news with the excited delirium and that kind of thing, where people will die of the positional asphyxiation and things like that. So we use these chemical restraints to, stop the patient from hurting themselves, stop them from injuring us, and to stop this process of a cascade of events that leads to it's always fatal if it starts this metabolic cascade of events.
When you mention stimulants, what kind of stimulants would you
things
be
like,
talking about?
Cocaine, PCP, meth, any kind of drugs like that.
And alcohol would typically not be a stimulant?
Not like that, no. Okay. Usually, alcohol is a depressant.
Okay. How long did he have Versed in his system before you decided that you needed to do another?
It was about 10 minutes, and that's usually enough time given in that route for it to, take effect. And we were continually escalating, to the point to where, two of us were holding him down and physically wrestling with him, waiting for, our medic unit to get there to help us.
And when you refer to two of you, who was that?
Myself and Zach Corley.
Okay, another
fireman, okay. Yes.
And where were the police officers at this time?
They had left us to go, because I think they had said the dad was outside now. So they went and were with that, dealing with that.
Okay, so you, Peter's his name. Was he in cuffs at this point?
He was in cuffs the entire time, yeah. And that's another issue for us. We worry about, patient safety, because once your arms are behind your back, it messes up how your rib cage can compress and how you breathe and all that kind of thing.
And is it usual for the officers to leave you with someone who's so combative?
No, but it was such a tense situation that they didn't have a choice.
And in that situation, how would you describe that? Was that a safe situation for you?
No, it was a very unsafe scene, we felt, for everyone involved. Yeah.
And that was due to the behavior?
The behavior, yeah. And then the threats, and then not knowing, what else could happen from the bar side to us.
Okay. And this is out in the street on Rapp?
Correct.
So you said about 10 minutes with the Versed, and then what did you do?
Then the medic unit got there, and then we administered the ketamine.
And ketamine, what is that?
That's a dissociative anesthetic. So it's the drug of choice that they're using now for, to stop this cascade of events for the fatal outcome of.
Okay. And you said the excited delirium
Correct.
status? And you had indicated in your report that you indicated, or you administered 500 milligrams?
Mm-hmm.
And is that a normal?
Yeah, for it's weight-based, and for his size, that was, what we guessed.
So you administer that.
Mm-hmm.
What happens after you administer it?
During that time, he said, what did you give me? What are you giving me? And we told him, we gave you ketamine to help calm you down. And then he went off kind of on a rant again of, special K, K-hole, which is all different names for this drug. You're going to have to give me a lot more than that. I party with this stuff all the time. And then about 2 minutes later is when the drug took effect. And then we unrestrained him and then put him on his back and then, monitored his vitals all the way to Littleton Hospital.
So approximately 2 minutes, and then he became
Calm down, manageable, yes.
Did you do any sort of exam for injuries? You indicated that you
Yes, as much as we could. We did another head to toe on him. His major injuries that I can recall off the top of my head were a hematoma on his forehead, and that occurred, I believe, while wrestling with LPD initially prior to us being there. Then he had the 2 taser barbs back on his left flank that we'd removed while we were on scene, and we'd bandaged those up. And then, we naturally just, were concerned about just checking, monitoring his breathing and his heart rate and his blood pressure.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Good evening, sir.
Hi.
Sir, you said he was agitated and combative.
Correct.
Is it possible getting punched in the head, a blow so strong to break a 200-pound man's hand, could possibly get someone combative and agitated?
If there's a head injury, absolutely.
And you didn't do the follow-up at the hospital to see if there was a head injury?
I did not, no.
There was no injury to Peter's hands or knuckles, correct?
Oh, that I do not know. No, his
Didn't
hands were cuffed, and from the what I could do, I focused on the barbs initially, and hands are down, so I couldn't really see them because they're in cuffs. And then it's dark outside, and then we're wrestling. So
you didn't observe that?
I didn't see
enough.
them, no.
Okay. And there's some issue about him falling off the curb or putting his head into the curb. Could you tell us what you witnessed on that?
No, as far as with the hematoma on his head?
Yeah.
That was prior to our arrival. That's what we saw when we got there, was he had a bump on his head.
Did you ever see him sitting on the curb, hit his head on the curb?
Yeah, they removed him from the police car, from that 218 police car,
Okay.
and then set him down on the curb, and then that's where we removed the barbs.
Okay. During this time, did he ever put his head down on the curb?
We put him down in the prone position, in the face down position, after we'd administered the Versed, and then he got extremely combative again. And then we put him down for his safety and for ours.
Okay. So when he's in the prone position, his head is down on the cement, and he's
Correct. He's face down on the cement. And that's the position we don't want him to be in, and that's why we administered the ketamine as soon as we could.
Okay. No further questions?
Captain, you stated earlier that he admitted drinking alcohol.
Yes.
How did that evolve? Was that part of the triage questions, or how did he talk about having ingested alcohol?
That's a question that we ask everyone to try to assess their mental status. So every question we go on, whether it's somebody that's twisted their ankle or is having chest pain or involved in something like this, we try to establish if they're altered at all.
Was he cooperative in answering the questions?
He initially said, kind of. I mean, like I said, he was very agitated with us. But he said, you're fire guys. You guys are okay. And he initially was tolerating us, I think is a really good way to put it.
How did you administer the Versed, intravenously or nasally?
I am.
And
Both
how about
drugs
the
were,
ketamine?
were intramuscular
Okay.
because we couldn't start an IV.
And at any point, was he compliant or cooperative?
Not until after the ketamine took effect.
And then, did he become cooperative?
Well, yes, because he was...
Semi-conscious?
Yeah. I mean, and not talking by any means. I mean, ketamine is an anesthetic, so, you know, they use it for a tranquilizer, if you will.
In the course of this patient enunciating threats, were any of the threats directed towards you or your crew?
Absolutely. I mean, he was looking at us and telling us.
And was that the comment about
That
the
was
gun?
that was about if these cuffs were off, I would, you know, fuck you all up. And then that was the same, you know, a little few minutes later was the, if I had my guns here, I would kill all of you.
Okay. Just for our perspective, how long have you been a paramedic?
Since 2004.
How many patients do you see a year?
I think this last year I personally ran 1,200 calls.
Okay.
So
And
we're
in your
probably 900.
In your experience, does this patient experience comport with any of the other patients that you've seen in your career?
Similar cases, you
That's
mean, as
correct.
far as with where we've had to use the restraint, like chemical restraints, like absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
At any time, did Peter mention to you about a pain in his head or getting hit in the head?
No.
No complaints about his head hurts?
No, and we tried to assess that because that's the first thing we see walking up is a big bump on his head. So, you know, and he was appropriate as far as knowing where he was, what was going on, you know, that kind of thing.
You mentioned that an individual, after being given some kind of drug sedative to calm them down and then still appearing to be agitated, is not necessarily, but may be an indication of the use of other drugs that are stimulants. Is that correct?
It's very possible. It's a broad stroke. You know, I'm not saying definitively.
I understand.
But yes.
A question that come to my mind is an individual who is on those stimulants, do they manifest some of the same physical signs as individuals intoxicated by alcohol? By physical, I would mean either slurring, redness or watering of eyes, any, again, of those typical signs that one was intoxicated on alcohol.
Well, and no, not with what, you know, the signs I was saying. You know, after we'd administered the ketamine, you know, once again, that's an anesthetic. You know, we'd given him a benzo, which, you know, is like a Valium, so to calm him down. He's, you know, he was still laying there and his heart rate was 150, not moving. So that's very indicative of there is something else in the system causing the heart to be that fast. You know, and this is 10 plus minutes after we'd administered the Versed and the ketamine. By the time, you know, we got to the hospital, all that stuff, his heart rate was still consistently 150.
Did he have rapid speech?
It was, like I said, it was very pointed, very angry, mostly just screaming and yelling.
Yelling? Not a modulated tone, but yelling.
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
How painful is it when you remove a taser barb?
I would assume it hurts.
You just pull it out, or?
Yeah, you stretch the skin as tight as you can and then pull it out as, you know, as fast as you can.
Is it always an EMT or someone like you that removes them, or do police officers ever?
That I do not know.
Okay.
I know that that's in our protocol, our scope of practice to do that.
Because several officers in their testimony mentioned because he was tasered, they wanted EMT on the scene.
Right, and it's very common for us to go for any kind of call like that. You know, when there's any kind of altercation, because they'll want a clearance, a medical clearance. If we don't take them to the hospital, they'll want a medical clearance so they can say that someone was checked out by a medically trained person.
Speaking of checking out, we have reports that there was a apparent victim at the scene who may have sustained an injury to his right hand. Did you perform any triage on a Robert White?
I personally did not. I know that my engineer, Dave Kaiser, he he went and talked with that patient.
Okay, and what was the judgment about that patient?
This is just strictly, just from what he said at the time, just that he was, appropriate. He didn't seem intoxicated, that his hand was hurt. He was going to go on his own. We call it a POV, so private vehicle, to the hospital.
Thank you.
Sure.
I actually did have some redirect. You had said to the licensee's attorney that initially Peter was cooperative with you being fire rescue?
I would, like I said, he tolerated us.
Okay.
He still was very angry that we were there and, trying to assess him and remove the barbs and that kind of thing. He didn't even care that the barbs were in, his left flank back there. But, we were just really trying to, get through to the fact that we were there, to assess him, make sure he was okay. And
when you say tolerate, was he allowing you to perform your duties as fire rescue?
yeah, but it was taking, he still had to be held, by LPD. And then we, were doing it. And like I said, he tolerated us just for a small amount of time, and then everything just kept progressing, and the aggression just kept growing.
And then you were asked a question about the head injury. You tried to assess that. What does that mean?
Well, we by no means can, do a concussion test or anything like that, but we try to establish a baseline for their mental capacity and how they are acting. So, and that is whether it's, if someone is concussed, they act, differently, or if they're under the influence of, some kind of alcohol or drugs, they act differently as well.
And when you were assessing that, what would be your feeling on whether or not there was a head injury?
Well, that's hard for us to rule out because even with, we do have combative head injuries. We do have that kind of thing where you can have, swelling on the brain, and then that starts a whole other cascade of events there as well. But this seemed more, like I said initially, fight, anger, and then there was more to the story as far as with how his vitals were reacting, how he was reacting, especially to the Versed that we'd administered him, and then just the amount of aggression and combativeness that he had.
So in your opinion, was the head injury the reason why he was so combative, or was it the other reasons you've described?
Like I said, I don't have a CAT scan by any means, but I would say if I had to guess of the two, I would say it was more stimulant-based or whatever was in his system.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Sure.
In your professional opinion, and you were very close to Peter for how long would you say?
Oh, probably a total of 25 to 30 minutes total from beginning of call to drop off at the hospital.
So in your professional opinion, do you think he was intoxicated?
Yes, and he admitted to, consuming alcohol and.
Thank you.
Sure.
I have one question. Are you aware that Peter tested negative for all stimulants and narcotics at the hospital just after you met with him?
Absolutely. Like I said, I did not have any follow-up.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
You're excused.
City Calls Commander Iman.
Prosecutor, have a lot more witnesses, a few more witnesses.
Two more witnesses.
Two more witnesses. Let's bring one in and see how that goes. scratch off both of her witnesses before. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir. How are you?
Thank you for waiting so long. Would you state your name, please?
Michael P. Hyman,
And you are
commander with the Littleton Police Department.
Thank you. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this authority is truthful?
I do.
Thank you.
So you're going to now turn towards me. And then just make sure you speak into the microphone.
Okay.
You indicated you're a commander?
Yes, ma'am.
And where is that in the hierarchy of the police department?
Just above a sergeant would be equivalent to a lieutenant.
Okay. And who is above you?
Division chief and then the chief.
And did you respond to the incident at the old mill on November 5th?
I did.
And would you say you were the highest ranking officer on scene?
I actually was the high ranking officer on scene. I was the only command officer on at that time of night.
Okay. And when you responded, was everyone else there at that point?
I would say that most everybody was there. A couple people came after I did.
Okay.
But I was responding from the station, so.
And what was your role in this entire incident?
Initially, I got there and they had Peter on the ground beside a patrol car. He was still being, actually was in the patrol car at the time, still being extremely violent, cussing at the cops, calling us names, those type of things. You're having a hard time hearing me?
Would you bend the microphone down more so you're closer to your face?
See if that works. Is that better? Okay.
Just bend over.
Okay. No, it's okay. I can't hear either, so. But he was initially in the vehicle. I was advised by the officers on scene that there had been a fight inside the altercation that had occurred inside of the establishment. Reason I responded was we had a call for service that there was a gun involved, and having previous calls for service at the mill, as a command officer, I felt that I needed to respond. After we got there, Peter started trying to bang on the windows, bang on the front cage. At that point in time, I made the call to have Peter removed outside of the car to keep him from hurting himself. So I had him removed. We called for fire. Peter was seated on the curb, continued to try to kick at us, tried to stand up, continued to yell and argue with us. Fire responded on scene. I actually was trying to hold Peter down. Fire responded on scene, initially gave him an initial dose of medication to calm him down. That had no effect at all. And then he continued to try to fight with the firefighters, just to struggle, get away from him. Basically told him he was going to, if he had a gun, he'd kill us all. And then they actually gave him some ketamine. He was real talkative, and then finally he passed out with the ketamine.
Okay. Now, did you have any contact with Vasilios, Peter's father, the licensee?
I did. I'd actually gone around the front of the ambulance after they had started to put him on the pram. I actually went around the front of the police car and the front of the ambulance to contact the officers on the other side. I heard some arguing going on the other side of the ambulance. At that time, I saw, I'll call him Bill because that's what I know him as, the owner, standing on the curb. He was yelling at Officer Kiefer, making comments about how are you letting these people beat my son up again, making those type of comments. As I walked by, Bill had known me from previous contacts, so he basically made a gesture to me, hey, Sarge, and I turned to him and he made another comment about how am I going to let these people beat up his son. He's yelling, argumentative. Officer Kiefer's trying to calm him down, at which point in time I have to yell at Bill because I'm in the middle of trying to deal with this. And I said, Bill, you don't know what happened. I don't know what happened, and until we figure it out, I'm not going to answer your question. And he continued to yell at me, telling me that we're beating up his son and how dare we do this to him again and those type of things. And that's when I just told him, I said, Bill, you don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. And when we get it figured out, I'll let you know.
Okay.
And I walked away.
And did you have any other additional contact with Bill that evening?
I did. Later on in the evening, Bill was at the front door. We had gotten pretty much the investigation taken care of. I had stayed in the parking lot, and they had asked for Sergeant Ike to step back up and talk to Bill. Sergeant Ike looked at me and he said, can you go with me? Sergeant Ike and I had previous contacts with Bill, and we had spoke to Bill on an occasion off a prior incident. Similar type, not the same situation, but still had the same type of attitude. I went up and talked to Bill. Bill, again, argumentative, yelling at me, how are you going to let your cops keep doing this? He keeps bringing up things that had happened in the past. And I understand that there was an issue in the past, but it was numerous years ago where some officers, he and some officers and his son had gotten involved in an altercation, and it had actually come into the chief's office. Bill wanted to continue yelling, arguing that this is just the police department's doing to this and him again, at which time I again had to start raising my tone of voice. I was having difficulties talking over him. He and I both have kind of the same tone. I was having difficulty talking over to him. Finally, I had to use an analogy on how I've dealt with people in the past to finally get him to calm down, which I'm going to tell you is probably about a 4 or 5 minute time frame. And we were going nowhere in that 4 or 5 minutes because it was nothing but he yelled at me, didn't want to have any other conversation. Even when I told him, hey, your son Peter is the one who basically instigated this from what I'm getting, it was, let's go back to the past. And all he wanted to do was scream and yell at how the police department was. So,
now, from the time that you first talked to Bill to the second contact, how much time had elapsed?
I'm going to honestly say 35, 40 minutes. And that's just a guess, to be honest with you. It wasn't much shorter than that, I can tell you that much.
So approximately?
Approximately 35, 40 minutes.
How would you describe, so you know, you've said you know Bill.
I do.
From the past, and you know he is the, I guess, the registered owner of the old mill.
Correct.
And this behavior that you experienced, how would you describe it in terms of him being a business owner in Littleton?
Like I said, I've had a couple other contacts with him that have gone the same way with him. I knew right away that once we got called, one of the reasons I went to the old mill was because once I know that there's a call there, somebody inside of the establishment calls Bill. We just know that's going to happen. I've also told officers you're not allowed to go, supervisors, you're not allowed to go there by yourself. You have to have somebody else with you there as a witness because of Bill's demeanor and the behavior that we've seen in the past from him. I'll be honest with you, I've been a police officer 26 plus years now and dealt with bars and establishments from small towns to big towns. When you're dealing with a business owner, it's a lot of times it's unheard of to have a business owner from a bar when they don't know what's going on, basically get in your face over an incident. And that's really what it was. Bill's getting in my face saying, hey, how is this going to happen again? And why are you letting these guys do it again? From the other establishments, from the old liquor stores and the other bars that were in this city in the old days just after the racetrack, they were pretty tough bars. But I can tell you that we've never had bar owners. In the time that I've dealt with them, have I ever had a waitress or something get upset with me? Sure. But when the bar owner steps out, usually they understand their business is dealing with the police department, and that if, whatever they say or do is going to reflect on their business. And I can tell you that I have told guys that you are not allowed to go to that establishment, the old mill, by yourself because of the problems that we've had in the past with Bill.
And so when you heard this call go out, would you say you were concerned?
Yes. We've had problems with Peter in the past, and it's apparent. It feels to us that once we know Peter's involved, Bill's going to be right there, and it's going to be it's going to feel like to us that the investigation gets impeded. There's been a couple occasions where Peter's been involved, and usually the involvement with Peter is violent. Every time that I've had to deal with Peter, he's been intoxicated. Even when he was working as the bar manager.
Would you like me to respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, we're here to talk about conduct in an establishment. Are we here to talk about it on that evening? That is correct. But I think a lot of what Commander Iman is talking about is how they have reacted to this particular incident based upon information they have. I think it's relevant. I think it's relevant to this particular evening. I think it's relevant to the decision that the authority is going to have to make on the conduct in the establishment. And I think it also could go to sentencing or decision-making at the end of the case. I think that to hear it now obviously makes more sense than calling Commander Iman again. So I think that it would be for the board's decision to make and the board to put whatever weight they wanted to put on the evidence that is presented.
My response is that's a quote from Alice in Wonderland, sentence now, trial later. I'd prefer to have the violation phase prior to any sentencing argument.
And I would prefer to have the personal attacks left out of the hearing.
That's not a personal attack. I was trying to actually lighten the mood, but
interesting.
They usually don't go to sentencing until there's a violation.
Well, I'm not sentencing, so
right.
I understand the prosecutor is here to prosecute. Kristen, can you tell us, as far as establishing conduct, what range of and time frame we have open to us to consider?
I don't know. I'm looking at the language of the ordinance, and it's very broad, saying that the licensee will conduct his establishment in a decent, orderly, and respectable manner. Certainly, the notice that was provided to the licensee was that we were talking about a specific event. I think you have broad discretion, though, to do your investigation as to this. Not only to this event, but also just generally how the licensee conducts his establishment.
Just as a follow-up, and because this is going to be, I think, integral, and for the benefit of Mr. Mingus, during my time on here, Old Mill, the licensee has been in here. And so, to some extent, there's already a history. That exists no matter what the officer says tonight. And so from my perspective, and then maybe this is somewhat of a question, I would rather hear from both the city and the licensee about the historical facts than act like they didn't happen, especially because to some extent, I know I and some of the people, if not all the people on the authority, have had some level of experience.
With the exception, I'm the newest member of the authority, and I would like to know, are we going to be privy to previous histories, violations, and enforcement actions against this establishment?
That comes in usually at the sentencing stage as either an aggravating or mitigating factor is when the prosecution will present that to you.
Then I think I would like to hear about it at that time. Hearing about it now, I'm not sure. If it may be that you can provide some clarity for me on this, but it feels like we're here for two purposes. And it feels like we're here for a specific event, which is a violation of the liquor code, which, if we went by sentencing, would be, depending on the mitigation, we might deal with it normally with a stipulation. But it feels like we're also here to consider the moral character of the owner as kind of a separate, and because of multiple events. Does it feel like we've combined two issues into one, and we're having all this play out while crossing streams and crossing conflicts? I mean, should we establish one thing first? Talk about the current violation. and then at the sentencing phase, talk about moral character. Does that make sense? Does that question make sense?
I would certainly like to respond to, well, I don't know if, are you responding to that?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Are you asking my position on that, or are you asking?
I'd like to hear it.
My position is that's what I agree that we should not do that, combine the two. I think the law is completely clear that you're not supposed to combine the two. We're here to find out if there's a violation. If there's no violation, we don't get to an aggravating factor and a mitigating factor stage. It doesn't matter what they did before. It doesn't matter if they're good or not. You have to find a violation first. If and only if a violation of the liquor code on the date certain is found, do we get to aggravation, which at that point, there's some things from the past that would be relevant under the statute, and I concede to that. There's other, and we're certainly going to present mitigation if a violation is found. But unless a violation of the liquor code is found as alleged in the complaint, we never get to that phase.
You know, when we were presented with this, I think we were presented with a specific violation to consider. And we may have in our motion, I understand at any time a licensee's moral character might be brought up to us, but that would be a separate issue. Lost my train of thought on that one.
It's my opinion that we should skip this line of questioning for now, or this statement for now. Let's move on without that. Cover all the facts we can. When we get to the point where we're looking for aggravation or mitigation, we can have comments about character. But I'd like to move past this at this point.
Is it a motion?
Make a motion that we discontinue this line of questioning and move on.
I'll second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is carried.
At this point, I'd also
Do you have
ask,
any further questions for this witness?
I don't.
Kristen?
at this point, I just ask for a motion to continue past 10 o'clock. And I don't know if you just want to finish this witness, or I think you have one more witness.
I'd prefer to finish with this witness, and
Let's see where we are.
then we'll go from there.
Yeah, to get to release this witness, I'll make a motion that we continue on past 10 o'clock.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Prosecutor?
Sir,
I have no further questions.
sir, you got there after the altercation occurred, correct?
Inside the establishment, yes.
And Mr. Frangikakis got there after the altercation occurred, okay? And he was obviously upset because he thought his son was just beat up, right?
He was upset.
But he didn't do anything to impede your investigation, did he?
My investigation? No, because I didn't
Or anyone's
investigate.
investigation? He stood where he was told to stand.
I had to have an officer assigned to him basically to calm him down. So yes, he did in a certain way impede us doing our job because we had an officer. And if you read Officer Kiefer's report, it does state that he
Right,
had
well,
to
I'm not asking what's in Officer Kiefer's report.
Okay, I can just tell you that I had to have an officer assigned to him due to his behavior. And it caused me to not have another officer to help investigate
He
what allegedly
never
occurred to
came,
his son.
he stayed where he was supposed to stay.
I don't know, I walked off.
Okay, so you don't know if he stayed where he
I know
was
that
supposed to
my
stay.
officer was assigned to him.
Okay, so you assigned an offer to him, you said that twice. But he did nothing, he complied with all the commands he was given.
Again, I had an officer assigned to him, I didn't.
Okay, so you don't even know.
I had a conversation with him that said, Bill, I don't know what happened, you don't know what happened, and I walked off.
Okay. And then that was the only conversation you've had until.
No,
later.
that would be the first conversation, there was two
And the
conversations.
second, you had another conversation.
Correct.
Granted, you already testified he was agitated, but he didn't disobey any commands, did he? You didn't say, go over here, and he didn't, or anything like that, correct?
Argumentative was it.
Okay. And then just briefly, did you testify that you saw Peter banging his head on the windows of the patrol car?
What I saw was when I got there.
Right.
Okay. Peter was screaming, starting to put his head against the screen in the patrol car. Okay, and pushing his head on the side window. I opened the door. Okay, and we started to try to talk to Peter to calm him down, and he again got more agitated. And at which point in time, we said we're removing him from the car.
Okay, so was he banging his head on the screen? Was he rubbing his head on the screen? Explain that to me.
He was placing his head on the screen and putting pressure on it. Okay. So if you want to call that banging or swiping, he was putting pressure on it.
Not what I called, sir. I wasn't there. I'm asking you what you would consider.
I'm explaining to you what I saw.
Okay, who was there?
What's it? I was.
Who else?
I don't recall.
There's no other officers in the car?
Was there an officer?
No other officers there?
In the car? I'm not.
There's no other officers that were with you when you saw Peter bang his head on the screen?
I don't know where the other officers were, sir.
Well, I'm not asking if you knew where they were. I'm asking were there any there? And the answer is
Yeah,
yes
if
or
you
no.
check the list, I think there was like 15 of us there.
I'm not asking a list, sir. I'm asking your personal observations on a date, sir.
I can tell you that there
you
was
saw
probably 50
people
officers.
with you. Other officers were with you when you saw this, or not?
At that initial time, I can't tell you if somebody was over my back or not, sir.
No further questions.
There were several questions about whether Bill was impeding the investigation, and you indicated he was.
Correct.
Was he impeding your actions in guiding the investigation?
Initially, when he confronted me, he took me away from doing my job. And again, when I had to reassign an officer to basically stay with him, he was impeding.
Okay. And you were asked if Bill was disobeying commands. During your first and second conversation with him, weren't you telling him to calm down?
I was.
And what else were you telling him?
Basically, I was trying to explain the situation to him the best that I had knowledge of. And again, he was argumentative, which I can tell you that being a business owner, again, I don't want to get off on the question, but being a business owner and you're argumentative to what occurred that night, okay, again, we told him, Bill, you need to stop. Bill, you need to stop, which is taking 5 more minutes to try to calm him down. And I've got us 2 sergeants and myself standing around him by the front of the establishment. And it's finally until I make a comment to him that kind of sets him on his heels, that gets him to calm down, and we were able to walk away.
So you telling him to calm down and you telling him, Bill, he needs to stop, he ignored those commands. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Commander, at any point in your interaction with the licensee, did he ever offer any explanation for his son's behavior?
No.
Did he ever apologize for his son's behavior?
No.
Did he ever apologize for his behavior?
No.
Did he ever apologize to any of the staff members, Littleton PD or Fire, on scene?
No.
Was he compliant at all times?
Physically compliant, yes. Verbally, no.
Thank you.
Commander, would you attribute his agitation or excitement to his concern for his son's welfare?
Would I attribute it to that?
Yes. Or would you attribute it to something else that might have agitated him?
I will attribute it to the Littleton Police Department. Bill does not have a very good reputation. He does not. He makes it very clear to us.
I'm going to object again. We're talking about improper opinion. We're talking about reputation. I believe they've already sustained the objection as to talk about this night and this night only.
So for the purposes of this specific incident, you would think other factors were contributing, not his concern for his son's welfare at this time?
I believe other factors were because he stated those other factors were.
Okay.
Had you been in close proximity to Peter at this time?
Was I ever in close proximity? I was in very close proximities to Peter.
Would you say he was intoxicated in your opinion?
Extremely.
Thank you.
Did you detect the odor of alcohol in Bill's breath?
No, I did not.
Thank you.
No further questions? Commander, thank you.
You bet.
It's now 10:05. We're required to pass a motion in order to proceed further. Do I hear such a motion?
Well, I mean, I think the motion I made got us past 10 o'clock, but unless someone else objects, I think the tenor of the room suggests it might do well to take a break. We're not going to finish tonight unless there's an imperative to get through any witnesses who are here.
Well, I'd like to know how many witnesses maybe the prosecutor has left, how long you would anticipate your time would be, and then I'd like to also hear from the defense side how much time they would require for any subsequent further meetings.
The city has one additional witness to call. That's Officer Corporal Farmer. I anticipate that his testimony would probably be similar length to Corporal Carlson.
About 40 minutes.
I believe that witness is one of the more lengthy witnesses the board would hear from.
Would you like to continue then to another time?
I would really like to continue sometime besides tonight.
Is that a motion to continue?
Correct. I would like to hear Corporal Carlson and have all of them done tonight.
Farmer, sorry.
When you say continue, you mean continue on tonight or continue the hearing?
Continue the hearing to another date. I'm going to make a motion. We continue. Sorry. Before I make the motion, we did not yet set another date, correct?
Right, so right now you have an upcoming regular meeting in 2 weeks, unless you wanted to try and schedule another special meeting.
And the date of the upcoming meeting?
February 11th.
Could both of you, both of the attorneys be available on February 11th?
So that'd be the second Wednesday in February.
Would there be other reschedule? Would we have to reschedule applications?
I need to apologize to, well, I don't know how much I'm apologizing because I'm actually going to be in a trial. Well, I guess this is at night. If we have to do it the 11th, I will be in day 2 of a 3-day jury trial in Jefferson County.
If we were to move it, I guess 2 weeks beyond that, so we're a month out from here. Do you know if the room?
I think the issue is then we have board and commission interviews. The council will be meeting, and you are not allowed under our code to meet if the council's meeting. So we're going to run into some issues there.
And when does that begin?
They will be interviewing the 23rd, 24th, and 25th.
I would prefer to try and keep this closer together. I don't think stretching this stuff out. Is there a time within the next week? Can we go next Wednesday? Can we go? Are there restrictions on when we can meet? Do weekends work? I don't know. I'm the most unpopular guy in the room right now.
I get to object to that.
Sure, go ahead.
I think I can answer.
If you don't, I will.
We can come Sunday. There's nothing going on Sunday.
The Super Bowl and my birthday.
At 4:30?
Yeah.
I'm from Boston. Can I put that for the record?
Then we'll schedule it for Sunday.
So what was the reason that February 11th doesn't work?
You know what?
You're not available.
Counselor's under trial.
If we could schedule a different day, that would help me out. I start a 3-day jury trial.
I want to be respectful of that, but we did discuss scheduling this at the last meeting, and you didn't raise that issue. Has this trial come up in the last 2 weeks?
This trial's been set for 4 months.
Then why didn't you raise it when we were scheduling
We never discussed the 11th. Why would I just raise it?
We did discuss the 11th.
I don't believe that's correct.
How about next week?
Yeah, what about next week?
Tuesday the 3rd or Wednesday the 4th?
Tuesday the 3rd is a city council meeting. You cannot do it that night.
What about Monday the 1st or 2nd?
I'm I'm sorry,
Monday the 2nd?
No, why can't it be?
I can't do it the 3rd. I mean, I can't do it the 3rd. I could do it.
Council meets in the chambers on Tuesdays, right? So the 3rd is out anyway.
The 4th is fine.
I'll be out of town on the 4th.
I could do it the 4th, and I do agree that I don't want to go it any further. If I absolutely had to do it the 11th, but I can certainly do it the 4th.
What about the 5th? I'll be out of town the 4th and the 5th.
I cannot do the 5th.
We could Skype.
Was the 2nd an option?
If I had my choice between the 2nd and even the 11th, I have a motions hearing that, the 2nd's a Monday night?
Correct.
I have a hockey game at 10:30, but it's kind of close to here. So I could be here if we leave it. That's fine. I could take the 2nd. At what time are we doing?
I need to check with my officer, because
Okay.
Monday is definitely a night he does not work.
Okay.
So we're not going to hear Officer Farmer tonight?
No, she's checking with him now. If he is
I would
unavailable on the
object to that. I've
2nd,
been going since about 6
I
o'clock.
think,
Yeah, I think
His testimony.
another 45 minutes would be, would not, I think we could all be fresher.
Counselor, roughly how many witnesses do you intend to call?
This is actually maybe a good question we should address now. If you do, I anticipate a handful of fairly brief witnesses as to is there a violation. If the board finds there is a violation and we move into a mitigations phase, I anticipate a couple hours.
Okay.
So while she's checking, is the room available on the 2nd?
City Clerk, does that mean February 2nd will be our February meeting, or we'll
No.
also have our regular meeting
Yes,
on
we would still have a
February
regular
11th?
meeting.
Okay. So we'll have 2 meetings in February.
Was February 4th an option? Did I miss that? That's not an option.
Yeah, I'll be gone.
If we're looking at the 2nd, were we looking to meet early again?
I would like to.
I would think 6 would be.
Yeah. I actually I can't commit to be here by 6. Well, I have a motions hearing in Jefferson County I can't promise to be done by 5. You know what, let's make it easy. I'll do the 11th.
Yes or no for the 2nd? Prosecutor?
The 2nd?
Yeah, February 2nd for continue
The
this
2nd
session.
works.
Now you're saying the 11th works? What's preferable?
I'll do the 2nd. I anticipate I'll be able to get here by 6, but I have a motions hearing that won't conclude.
Should we do 6:30? Would you feel more comfortable? I mean, would everyone feel comfortable with 6:30?
6:30 or 7, but I think we should try to commit to resolve it.
If we could do 6:30, that would be great, because then I'm guaranteed to get
Let's
here.
make it 6 p.m. Like that worked out.
Want to do 6 p.m.? Let's.
6:30?
Yeah, he's saying he has.
I
He's
anticipate getting out of a hearing in Jefferson County Court at 5 p.m.
6:30.
6:30?
Eat on the way, but I just don't want to.
Okay, so we can continue to discuss, but I'm going to make a motion that we continue the hearing until 6:30 p.m. on Monday, February 2nd.
Second the motion.
Did anyone else have any other thoughts?
I am obviously the only one with no life, so I'm good.
I didn't complain.
Let's have a vote. All in favor of the motion to continue this session to February the 2nd at 6:30 PM, respond by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion is carried. This hearing is continued and tonight is dismissed.